Yesterday was all about the pole. Today it is about the 33. In about 8 hours' time, we'll know the 33 drivers that will line up next Saturday for the third running of the Open Wheels 500-mile race as qualifying weekend continues. And Bump Day coverage brought to you here live on RaceSpotTV. Hello everyone and welcome back. After pole day yesterday saw some drama all the way to the end. We head back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for part 2 in this qualifications weekend. It's going to be exciting for some of the drivers today. I think a lot of them will be hoping just to survive the next 7 hours and 42 minutes without too much further drama. That's what I think everyone is very much hoping for. Remember, across the course of yesterday, we had more than 60 qualification attempts. 38 of those drivers and those runs are now scored on the board, with 5 drivers on the outside looking in, the most significant of whom is Christian Steele, the 2022 iRacing Indy 500 winner, who, with a couple of issues during his qualifying runs yesterday, has now burned through all 3 of his allotments and will be watching on and hoping for troubles with others. We also wonder, Michele Costantini, Jason Brophy, 2 drivers that missed out yesterday that we will hopefully see out on track today. We'll have to see exactly when that is. We'll grab a look at your event schedule, what we are going through over the next week or so now, still left in the celebration of the month of May. Of course, Bump Day today. At the end of the day, we'll know the field of 33. We'll get an idea of the starting grid as well. But next week, special Saturday presentation of the Open Wheels 500 live here on RaceSpotTV. It's going to be a lot of fun as we get set at around 11:30 a.m. Eastern with the pre-race festivities. Green flag drops around 11:45. So the way it will work here today is an open qualifying queue for the entirety of the day. Now, if there are no cars in the qualifying queue, Race Control will open the track for practice to everyone, so we should hopefully see a decent amount of action going on. See exactly how it plays out, though. So that left side, you can see those times. The pole at 39.521, 3 thousandths per lap. Splits Brandon Treno and Phil Kraus in qualifying. And even though Phil Kraus is the only one locked into the field, by no means are those drivers in the top 10 or even the top 20 maybe feeling unsafe. So 7 hours and 40 odd minutes here on RaceSpotTV. We'll try and get some driver interviews over the course of the day to pass the time. But I think the general expectation is for today to be a lot slower than it was yesterday, where, for the most part, we had helter-skelter action through the course of the day. Relatively constant weather conditions, of course, at least across of the sessions here today. What happened yesterday was, of course, 4 sessions spread across the 8 hours, with drivers who elected to get into the qualifying draw getting 1 guaranteed attempt in the first part of qualifying. After that, we opened the queue up for those that either were not in the draw or those that wanted to go again. A handful of drivers actually have used all 3 of their qualification attempts over the course of the weekend, just on Saturday alone. See exactly how it's going to play out. Of course, a couple of our drivers definitely not really going to be out here on track today. Likes of Henry Bennett, Josh Chin, and Josh Tucker all competing in the Classic IndyCar Series. All of those drivers actually starting on the front 3 rows, with Bennett and Chin 1 and 2. Special kudos goes to our pace car driver, Obi Andrew Kinsella, for that race, driving the car. Where is he scored on the pylon? 12th, one of, I think, 6 Powerslide Motorsports cars in the front 13, which is a good record for them. They got Brian Carey in 19th as well. But a team not usually, at least in the last couple of years, that's up there in qualifying. put themselves in very good spots. Fourth for Malechka. So that was where he is going to start, because remember, those that qualify today with their times will start behind those that qualified yesterday. So Malechka 4th, Olsen 6th, Blocker 8th, with Bennett, Kinsella, Van der Sant 11th through 13th. It's a good little spot for them to be in. Maybe you're sitting there wondering what these weather conditions are. Well, let's bring them up for you very quickly if we can, so we can talk about them. Only change from yesterday is that it is not the 21st of May, it is the 22nd of May in the virtual IMS, 3:35 p.m. local time. 26 degrees in the air, 51 down on the track itself. Not much wind to really speak of, and it blows towards the north, or from the north, one of the two. 55% humidity, and the Indianapolis skyline poking in from the background. So in between drivers attempting qualifying runs, again, track will be open for practice, so we'll see if anyone elects to roll out here at this brand new configuration of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, released to those on iRacing shortly. We will get qualifying underway. Dylan Freckleton was just heading out for practice, but is quite rudely now going to immediately have to head back down to pit lane. So at the very least, we expect 40 times to be on the board at the end of the day. Kayla Costantini, Jason Brophy, the two that, of course, we mentioned. Outside of that, we will have to wait and see. We saw Michael Chin in a few of our sessions yesterday, but did not join the queue at any point. See if he elects to throw his hat into the ring. Like we said, it is going to be a quiet day here on RaceSpotTV, so feel free to pop some messages into chat, keep us company, and keep you entertained for the next 7 hours and 35 minutes. In terms of rookies, we do technically have a lot of them. Phil Kraus will be the best starting of them, but it's not really a fair fight when Brandon Traino and Phil Kraus are considered rookies in this open wheels 500-mile field. That's a bit of an understatement, if we are being honest. So, for those that missed the action yesterday, for the way this will work is drivers will be called to the front of the queue. They must wait in an on-deck area, and then they will be released by race control to begin their outlap, which must take no longer than 60 seconds. After that, they still have to complete a warm-up lap. That must be complete at a speed no less of 200 miles an hour at any point through the lap. And so for Cesar Cabral, it will be his third and final qualifying attempt. It withdraws the time that has him provisionally scored in 35th. And let's get him out on track, and let's see exactly how the first run of Sunday is going to go. Cesar, you may begin your qualifying run. Getting a bit of a running start there, but all within the rules. We do tend to see drivers take these outlaps as slow as possible, mostly to protect the tires. Qualifying here at Indianapolis, so much load borne through the 4 tires. So have to be up to 200 miles an hour at the line, at the yard of bricks, and you got to cross that line before you reach the conclusion of the outlap timer. No major drama there for Cesar. And now maintaining that 200 miles an hour. Right on board and focus in on the hands. New paint scheme compared to yesterday for Cesar, who has a bit of a wobble coming off of turn number 4 on the conclusion of the warm-up lap. And now we'll begin that 4-lap qualifying run. 41.784 on the outlap, if you were curious. About 215.3 miles an hour for Cesar as he runs down this back straightaway. Drivers are talking of a bit of a tailwind into turn 1, which would mean a headwind into turn 3. A little bit more stable on lap number 1 for Cesar. What will it be at the yard of bricks as he has 4 corners down, 12 still to go? Well, the first lap is a 6.93. 200 slower than what he punched in his second run yesterday, the one of the times that was withdrawn. Track that average, of course, but he's up and out of the groove through turn 4 on lap 2. Halfway done now with the run. And still net negative to his previous run that was 35th. Remember, Team Watson Racing have Kevin Birrell up in 22nd spot, so the car they have has speed. Just getting the speed out of the car is now down to the driver, and qualifying here at Indianapolis is so difficult. Car is stabilized in the recent handful of laps. 4 more corners to go. It's an 8.03 on lap 3. He's found 2 thousandths to what he did on lap 3 in the previous run, but again, still looking like it will trend negative. Although, don't forget, like I was, that the last lap in his second run was a 45.81. If he put something decent together, Cesar could be in the mix. Out of turn 4, and to finish qualifications weekend for the Team Watson Racing number 70. What will he manage to put together over the 4 laps? A 39.866. Well, he's going to be tied with Gavin Smith, and now he'll have a nervy wait till the end of the day to see what the tiebreaker is really going to be between him and Gavin Smith. It indicates that, oh, never mind, I can't read. It's just that early in the morning. 7.66 as opposed to the 7.76 for Gavin Smith. Cesar Cabral is now on the bubble. So track again will be reopened for practice with no one in the qualifying queue. We saw Dylan Freckleton eager to head back out onto track and I think see what conditions are like here. He's had the 2 runs rather, his guaranteed attempt, and then one towards the closing 2 hours of pole day yesterday. 6.6 6.7 was attempt number 2. 6.63 was attempt number 1. So he gave up a position, but 29th spot for Freckleton. Is he really going to risk it? That's the question I would ask. Get some practice under his belt and we'll watch him for a few moments' time. Privateer that always shows up ready to fight, Dylan Freckleton. Out of the UK and Ireland. We were talking with Rashad Craig yesterday about how his partnership up with the Indy Alliance racing team has really benefited him in the build-up to this event. I think Rashad realizing how important setup help and whatnot can be. Also just developing as a driver yourself, something that you tend to do in a team environment. So Freckleton effectively on what would be his warm-up lap. As we'll watch over the shoulder on board with him. So he talks about a handful of drivers already using their 3 attempts. Christian Steele now very much on the outside looking in 35th position, but Rodrigo Franzoni went through all 3 of his. No time, unfortunately, put down with that BK Racing entry, and so he will watch on from the outside on Saturday. David Porcelli had to really clutch it in with his 3rd and final run. 39.628 has him 24th on the outside of row number 8. For now, not expecting him to move too far back. Again, quiet day expected here. Forsyth and Cabral are the 2 that are well and truly on the bubble, with Costantini and Brophy expected at some point during the day. So effectively, Josh Tucker, I think, is truly the one on the bubble. And in front of him, it's 4 thousandths to Yoshikawa, and then about 200ths forward to Freckleton, Graybill, and Larkamp, all still somewhat in the danger zone if there are still some surprises to be thrown. Alex Martin was one that was saying that his car was treacherous yesterday in his run. Does he have a surprise to throw here? It's the joy of Indianapolis. You never know what you're going to get. Here another car rolling out onto track, Jesper Ormond, who is 5th with a 39.551. No chance Jesper goes again. And I think most of the Indy Alliance racing program probably feeling somewhat comfortable. They have Rashad Craig 10th, Seb Alexander 14th, the Muscle Man 17th. Oh, and that's the wall for Dylan Freckleton. I think that was the start of lap 4 for him. I wasn't really paying attention, I'll be totally honest. You can get away with that compared to the month of May here on iRacing, the official iRacing Indy 500. You can willpower yourself off the wall. Here's Jesper Ormond. How close to the wall Jesper is getting. Some confidence, I think, for Indy Alliance Racing to return here to open wheels competition, where Jesper impressed so much back in 2020. For those that missed the race in 2020, it was an interesting one. Went green for a long, long time. Our defending race winner, Michele Costantini, who had put it on pole, was fighting with two Powerslide Motorsports cars for the most part. Until an error on pit lane, unfortunately. He's trying to be a bit over-aggressive, and it did not work out for poor Michele. Of course, at the end of the day, this year's race is going to be very different with this updated Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as we get a great shot of the pylon in the way. The pylon that looks more like a TV screen in real life, I must say. So Jesper Ormond, Dylan Freckleton have had a handful of laps out on track for practice, but now it slows down once more. Just like yesterday, the final runs in qualifying have to commence by around 5:50 p.m. Eastern. So when the gong goes effectively at 5:50, we will have the qualifying order locked and loaded. Ormond's going to roll yet again. And he's going to do the full shebang. Uses the on-deck area, rolls on the outlap. Hitting the numbers, I think maybe just trying to see what is capable on the track itself. Got the golf course on either side of the back straightaway. All the way around turns 3 and 4, still building up that speed, of course. Snake pit in the middle of the short chute at the north end of the track, as it, I think, is. And across the line, Ormond will go. I will say, if you've never visited the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, make sure you make time to head to the museum inside of turns 1 and 2. Really going to see it through the shots here, but it is spectacular. It is very, very cool. The saddest thing is I got teased about the possibility of being able to go into the secret areas underneath the museum, and it didn't work out because of timing. And because they closed, it turned out, before our esports event that I was there being a part of had finished. So, perfect storm. So a question mark, by the way, in Michele Costantini, who we reported yesterday was under the weather. Do know Jason Brophy will head out at some point. Mitch Welker as well, I see, is just, I think, getting ready to think about a run at some point. He hit the wall in his guaranteed attempt. On the final lap of the guaranteed attempt as well. Was looking not bad, but he's another one of those drivers I think that will be looking in that 39.6 bubble. Welker's teammate Matt Holliber is in 26th. Their other All-American iRacers teammate Evan Adams down in 36th. Dylan Freckleton has seen enough from the track condition, I think thinks he's relatively safe. So much commitment to get it down low later in the run. Not using all the track initially was Ormond there through turn 1, but not majorly out of the groove or anything like that. I see a driver thinking about jumping into the qualifying queue. May we be looking at the track being reclosed and getting a driver out on track to get underway. Almost coming to the first hour of qualifying being done, technically. Remember, in between the conclusion of this qualifications weekend and our Open Wheels 500-mile race, we still have some driving for these drivers to focus on. A lot of them will be competing in the Lionheart IndyCar Series on Wednesday evening as they host their penultimate round of the championship. Phil Kraus all but crowned the champion already, but they've still got to go to Phillip Island for the final road course race of the season. And then December 11th, I believe, the championship finale at Auto Club. Double points, and a special Sunday race date instead of the Wednesday. So off the track, Jesper Ormond, after another run. Now, after qualifying yesterday, a handful of the drivers and myself enjoyed the blockbuster pay-per-view that was the UFC at Madison Square Garden last night. And I think Robert Malechka got so excited that he fell asleep at the end because we were going back and forth in our IndyCar Discord until the very final moments of the final fight, when suddenly Malechka was nowhere to be found. Evan Adams, Brandon Trano, even had Connor Harrington, Andrew Marquez, all having some fun on a Saturday night from around the US. Mitchell Welker will run for some practice. Not sure if he's expecting to be released by race control. Oh, there we go. And maybe this is one of the benefits that these drivers will get here today compared to what they had yesterday, is that they have the ability to go out in the actual race session and feel out the conditions of the track. So Mitch Welker can go out here, do his run, immediately put himself back in line, and be the next car to go out on track, hypothetically. Various things that you can do, that is for sure. So again, just a reminder, we expect at least 40 times on the board at the end of the day. Jason Brophy and Mitch Welker, two of those that we know will run. Kele Costantini, if but and maybe. Mitch Welker continues his practice qualifying attempt as we jump on board with his All-American iRacers with Project 2 number 76. He's pegged it in about half throttle in 5th gear and is just waiting to punch the throttle to the floor. He does it out of turn 3. And already now up above 360 kilometers an hour. It'll be 370 by the time he reaches those Yarder bricks. 373 on the throw in to turn 1. ride with Welker for this run. Lap 1 on the run would have been a 39.521 for Mitch Welker. So remember now, with one of his runs already burned, Welker has 2 still left over the course of the day. If he elects to use one now and he punches his way into the field, albeit on the bubble, he can always withdraw his run and go again, but after that, it is it. He better get it done, or he'll be watching on from the sidelines. What's lap 2 going to be, as I hear AJ Musselman also out on track? 5.74, so not much fall off to speak of. It's really all going to be about that lap 4 for Welker, with the flashbacks to his run in the early stages of qualifying. He was one of the first to go, I believe, in the first 5 in Group 1 on Saturday morning. And so as a result, I think elected not to force the issue on pole day, even though it's basically locked him into a last row start, I think. 6.57, 39.657 on lap number 3. So not a bad run for Mitch Welker, but there was a 4-wheel drift almost through. Turn 1 up to the wall. Still technically got to survive. Saw how much sliding can compromise you with Christian Steele yesterday, so definitely something you want to try and avoid. Welker will let the car run down left. And with a 39.809, he'll wrap up the run. Here's the muscle man. Saw him run in virtual reality yesterday, and I saw some chatter in the paddock about how that was a recent switch for AJ. Always curious what drivers prefer when it comes to this sort of stuff. And AJ will dive to pit lane, I think on the same lap as Jesper, not trying to show off too much. I hear a car spooling up the engine. See Chris Demerit, Mitch Welker. Jesper Ormond all sat in the box. AJ doing some pit stop practice. Not so important for today. Important for next week. Speaking of next week, one thing that I don't think we talk about too much is the fact that next week there will be limited tire sets for the drivers. Just 11, including the ones they start with. Although having said that, 10 tire changes over the course of what usually ends up being what? Let me do the math real quick. 200 laps divided by about 33. 6 pit stops, so tires hypothetically should not be an issue. The question, I guess, becomes at the point towards the end of the race, if we have had a lot of cautions, have you been thinking strategically about them? So Musselman out on track, Welker back out as well. Chris Demerit also rolling in the I5G entry. Demerit on the outside of the front row. It's not going to be an I5G pole, but with 2 cars on the front row, I don't think they'll complain too much about that. Again, if you're just joining us, practice out on track right now during qualifications weekend. No driver in our qualifying queue, so drivers taking the advantage of open track in a live official race session to go out there and do some practice. Mitch Welker, I think, just trying to gear himself up for his second run over the weekend. You've got to be careful, though, because I see the likes of Stefan Larkamp jumping in and maybe thinking about jumping into the queue or getting back out onto track. Let's talk with a driver that we've seen out there so far today. Jesper Ormond joins us. Jesper, great run in qualifying yesterday. One and done and into the top 5.
Yeah, I was really happy with P5 and for all our team. I mean, we're in the top 20, every one of us, and track position is going to be so important as always here. So yeah, it's looking good. I think it was a little bit better than we thought initially, but yeah, all good.
In terms of the comparison to back in 2020 when you kind of broke out in this event, how much difference do you feel as a crew coming into this one and the confidence that you brought here?
Definitely a big difference for me personally. I mean, I remember back in 2020, I was shaking like real bad, you know, during my run. I think it was P12 back then. I had a lot more in that car back then, I remember. But this time around, I knew I had three runs, so I just I felt good throughout the run. Started shaking a little bit on my right foot there in the last lap because I knew that I was probably on for a really good spot. Maybe top 3, but for sure top 5.
Looking forward now to the race next weekend. The good thing about getting qualifying done yesterday is even though you're out on track today, it's basically just for fun and you can focus on the race. What are your expectations? You say track position will be important, but what are you guys thinking about heading into next Saturday's race?
Yeah, I think that we have a race setup that is very competitive. Even more so than probably our qualifying set. That's what I personally feel. Okay, maybe we've closed in the gap a little bit with our qualifying setup right now, but I'm really happy with our race setup. I knew it's enough to be like up front with the top guys. I'm looking forward really a lot to the race, and our team, everybody's looking good. And also I will be helped by Gary Godso. He'll be my crew chief, so that'll be awesome.
Oh, best of luck for next Saturday, Jesper, and can't wait to see how the race plays out for you and the team.
Thank you, Arjuna.
Jesper Ormond joins us in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth as we continue to watch some laps of practice. Here's Larkamp building up. 4 cars on track right now. It is busy. Busy, busy, busy. That is for sure. Muscleman diving to pit lane. You got the Merit still rolling. Only 1 run so far today. See when we get the next one. And who it will be for. As we get ready to finish hour 1 of qualifying. 7 hours still to go. I wonder what the likes of Demerit are hoping to pick up by being out on track except TV time. At least he's got the right paint on his car today compared to what it was yesterday. So Mitch Welker's completed yet another run. in practice. And the more cars are on track, the more the track is rubbering in as well. So, to me, there's a bit of an incentive to... we asked 3 different i5G drivers about this, and all 3 of them were non-committal and unsure. But I think the understanding is that likely... Oh, as Demerit's going to spinala it around almost. But I think the expectation here should be that you want to go early. Mitch Welker joins the queue. The track is going to get closed. And so as Stefan Larkamp will pull out of the way, and Demerit and Muscleman will trundle down pit lane, it will be Mitch Welker that becomes qualifying attempt number 2 on the day. Qualifying attempt number 68 overall. It'll come just at the end of hour number 1. So no time for Mitch Welker to withdraw. So he will just go out there and hope to put on a show. Christopher Demerit saying he's been doing some experimentation after seeing some different aero configurations across the teams. Mitch, you may begin your qualifying run. So again, 60 seconds gets thrown up onto the outlap timer. And then 200 miles an hour minimum speed across the entirety of your warm-up lap as well. Still slow rolling it right now. So Cesar Cabral will be watching on and hoping that Mitch Welker does not get this run together. No drama there for him so far. Nice and tidy to open this lap up. So remember, Mitch Welker will start behind all of those that put their times on the board yesterday. So again, at best, still it is a last row start that I think Welker, Brophy, and anyone else that qualifies today is looking at. 42.252 on the warm-up lap for Welker, and now you'll focus in on trying to put the 4 laps, the 16 corners together. Lap 1, handful of nervy moments, but I think letting the car do what it wants to do for Mitch Welker. The first lap is a 39.530. He's found almost a full 1/10 of a second to lap 1 in his run yesterday. It was on lap 4 where things came unstuck for him, though. Halfway through the run, still the car, running all the way to the limits of the track, but doing what he wants it to do. Lap 2, 600ths of fall off, a 39.593, still finding about a tenth of a second per lap compared to the aborted run at the start of yesterday, but close to the wall off of turn 2. How much has it compromised him? Find out here. 4 more corners to put together for Welker. 5.93 for the last lap, 6.34 for the penultimate lap of the run. Still above 227 miles an hour. A good lap 4 here could punch him even above his teammate Matt Hollibaugh. And what a run that would be. I can't imagine the nerves behind the wheel now. 2 more corners to hold on. No issues and no dramas out of the final corner. 16 turns put together for Mitch Welker. And it culminates in a 7.17. Mitch Welker finds himself up in 23rd position when it comes to the combined qualification standings. Now, of course, it will be slightly different when we look at the grid for tomorrow's race. But that is clutch from Mitch Welker to all but lock him into the field, you would think. I saw a comment from Jesper Ormond in our YouTube chat saying that maybe the bubble could be around 39.620, more for the drama than anything, but Mitch Welker on the right side of that one. Nicely put together. Track will remain closed for a handful more moments to give opportunities for drivers to join the queue before practice will get started again. Craig Forsyth has just jumped into the YouTube chat as he now sits on the bubble saying, uh-oh, doomed. Good news is Brophy, yes, could be there. Forsyth not totally out of the ballpark. Well, and I'm just getting word that poor Jason Brophy has got quite a bit to deal with. Talk more about that when it gets to his run, but I think, for now, no one entering the queue. Track will be reopened for practice. Someone says, so glad I can enjoy my 21st weekend and not worry about the Open Wheels 500. I think it's Gavin Smith. In 35th position. So there rolls Christopher Demerit, who did say he was doing setup configuration, but I did also notice, by the way, none of his laps have been counted as valid laps, so he is doing some shenanigans to avoid spilling lap times with the various configurations he is running. Oh, and well, that doesn't help. So assuming that Jason Brophy punches in a time that gets him into the top 20, the bubble now becomes a 6.90. 4 thousandths between Tucker and Yoshikawa. A further 200ths then to Freckleton. 3,000ths to Grable, 2,000ths to Larkamp. 100th and a half to Holliber. 100th to Marquez. It's all going to depend on if anyone actually wants to go. Or if we get more drivers showing up that missed out on the running yesterday. There is a shot of pit lane. The pagoda. Suites above the garages and whatnot. Should note that Demerit's not even trying to do proper runs. He is just straight going out there and testing things. I'm just saying the noise of an Indy car is much better than the sound of my voice. Oh, into the wall again. Demerit's done some damage to that Demerit engine in the back of that car, that's for sure. And he's immediately going to go and do something else again, I think. Try something new. Why not? There's the muscle man. He'll roll, but I think he's about to get a rude interruption in the form of Jason Brophy. It was ready to go for what I think will hopefully be a one and only run for Brophy. So track is now closed. It will be Brophy's turn to go for a qualifying run. So in the private label team hype camp, they've got Phil Kraus in first and then Josh Chin in 15th. Important for Brophy to get into the field, but again, just like with Welker, he will be on the back foot no matter what. Looking to become the 40th driver on the board, Jason Brophy presents himself. Jason, you may begin your qualifying run. Once again, 60 seconds for the outlap as Brophy rolls on the access road. All the different teams seem to have a different strategy around this outlap and this warm-up lap. Some have built-in gearing to help them. Some have markers on the track to help them as well. Brophy now up into third gear as we work through turn 3. Now we'll build up the speed. Remember, 200 miles an hour by the time you reach the yard of bricks, and then maintain that throughout the course of the lap. No drama for the outlap timer. And now Jason Brophy builds to get ready to go in qualifying. Now, a lot of the setup work that would have been done for this car, Brophy would have had an integral hand in. Of course, the crew chief for Matt Busa in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series. Brophy's just coming back from a holiday, and that was a nervy moment on Friday night when one of the family members he was with tested positive for COVID-19. Brophy fortunately tested negative, so was able to travel home yesterday, but last night started feeling the effects. So suboptimal conditions for Jason Brophy. 42.758 on the warm-up lap, and now the 4-lap run commences. Very tidy through the first 2 corners of the lap. Looking good through 3 as well. About as perfect a lap 1 you can hope for under the circumstances, I think. What will it be at the line, though? It's a 4:39. It's a good lap 1. Very close to the wall on the exit of turn 2. Brophy is on the limit. Was there a brush up against the wall there? Car moved a little unnaturally. Now halfway through the run. And still in the 4s. A 39.498 on lap 2. Again, remember, even if Brophy is in the field of 33, he lines up behind those that qualified on Saturday. Another wiggle through 3, but 4 more corners after this one. How has he managed the tires to get to this point? 6.23 on lap 3. There's the fall off starting to play a factor. Such little steering input if possible. Bobbing down the back straightaway for the final time in this first run. A bit of understeer, but again, Jason Brophy holds in the rev range for the engine. Looking for the one and done to lock himself into the field. Jason Brophy comes to the line, and with a 7.10 on the final lap, the average works out at a 5.68, and with all the circumstances surrounding the run, for Jason Brophy to punch his way forward to 8th in the qualifying sheets, he will be delighted with that one. Clearly a good car for the private label Team Hype showing up here today. Jason Brophy does indeed find his way into the field. Guaranteed, I think, to make it in, but will line up, obviously, behind those that qualified their way into the field yesterday. Jason Brophy, well done in qualifying. And now Craig Forsyth is on the outside looking in. It's Josh Tucker that sits on the bubble, with 4 thousandths forward to Nagisa Yoshikawa. And still the potential for Michele Costantini to come in and put a run in and make the bubble even tighter. No one stepping forward just yet for a qualification attempt, so once again, track will get reopened for practice. So 5.21, 39.521 for Phil Kraus. Worked out yesterday at a speed of about 227.727 miles an hour. For reference, the driver in 33rd, 226.757 miles an hour. So it's a mile an hour per lap difference between the field. It's not much. It's not much at all. Once again, Christopher Demerit's going to look to entertain us. Remember, your three drivers technically all on a 39.583, but I was just having a quick review of the timing sheets without the full official review done on the results, but they're all marginally different in terms of times. Alexander Van der Sent 227.372 compared to the 227.370 for Seb Alexander, and then a 227.369 for Joshua Chin. 0.001 of a mile an hour between Alexander and Chin. 0.002 of a mile an hour between Alexander and Van der Sent. It really makes you, I think, focus on how important every single corner can be, because the slightest of mistake will very much add up. Demerit continuing to not try and give away anything in terms of the discoveries that he is making with these short runs. I heard a muscle man powering out of pit lane as well. Quote from Jason Brophy: "Terrible run, but it's good enough." I think it sums up what was needed this morning. Now time to go rest, I think. Much needed rest as well. So again, we practice for a little bit. As Musselman will also peter down to pit lane. Once again, bonk for the demerit into the wall. Hours and 38 minutes left here on bump day in qualifying. Look how close it is, all the way from, if you really want to go from Adam Blocker, I mean, you should go from Jason Brophy now with a 568. But you can go 200ths back and go from 8th to 19th, and if you add another 6 thousandths, you can go back to 22nd, excuse me. I love these close margins. Love it. I think Nick Musselman back on track, continuing to at least throw a car onto the screen for us. Continuing to practice some pit lane practice as Demerit and Musselman switch back and forth on whatever they are doing. Close to the wall up for Demerit, but that one was as close as you can get. There were some really interesting photos that came out of pole day yesterday with drivers showing just how close to the wall they got. Adam Blocker, I think, was the closest that I've ever seen without touching the wall and getting recognized as some contact. But what's interesting, it was very, very interesting how on the limit they were, and barely stick a piece of paper between the car and the wall. So Ormond now on track. 11:14 or so in the morning on the East Coast. 8:15 in the morning on the left coast of the USA. An interesting weekend of motorsports. Of course, you've got Formula One in Brazil, World Endurance Championship wrapping up its season, and I believe it's Bahrain, and of course, World Rally Championship over in Japan. Although, I think that's had as much good stuff said about it as it has maybe not so good stuff and interesting things about the event. Tako Katsuta getting his podium for Toyota, though, in a weekend that ultimately will see the storylines, I think, dominated by the Hyundai 1-2 and the turnaround that they've had since the start of the year. We had our sprint race for Formula One yesterday, but of course the big storyline happened on Friday with the one and only K-Mag getting a pole position in Formula One. Although as someone who is not a big fan at all of the sprint races, it does feel quite heartbreaking seeing the results and saying that, well, poor K-Mag now going to have to fight from 8th for a full race distance for the race today. It's the way it goes sometimes. Here's Demerit back on track. Also had the Suzuka 10 hours on RaceSpotTV yesterday, the fourth and final VCO Grand Slam of 2022. Peter Mackay and Nick Damon from Radio Show Limited partnering up with Lewis McLeod and Ewan O'Leary from RaceSpotTV for uninterrupted coverage over 10 hours of GT3 racing in Suzuka. Strategy was a factor. Attrition, as always, a factor as well. I love the VCO Grand Slams, not just because we get Radio Show Limited part of the fun, but also because we get trophies for the winners in each of the classes in the multi-class affairs. GT3 only race Suzuka, so only 2 or 3 drivers will ever get those trophies. And I guess speaking of trophies, don't forget VCO Simis. Nominations, I think, close tonight, so don't forget to make sure you get there and get on there and make sure your voice is heard. Voting opens in a handful of days as well. Just saying, certain commentator slash race director in the booth would appreciate your nominations. As would RaceSpotTV. As expected, though, quiet day so far. We're 90 minutes or so in, and I've had just the 2 qualification attempts here on bump day. iRacing's done a great job with the environment as well. You hear the PA announcer going in the background. Although, having said that, now I hear 2 different PAs in both my ears. So who's going to go now for another run? So we hear engines spooling up. Jesper Ormond. I get the sense we may be done for qualifying in some ways. Unless Costantini has, I think, a miraculous recovery. I don't anticipate him heading out on track. It's an interesting field, that's for sure. Mitch Welker standing by, so let's have a quick chat with him. Mitch, 1 run yesterday, not so good. 1 run this morning, a lot better. How are you feeling after that one?
Total relief. Total relief.
Yeah?
Yeah.
What was the feeling like overnight for you? I was a bit surprised, given how early that you did run yesterday, that we didn't see you at some point back out on track.
Was a team we decided not to run anymore yesterday. We figured time would be better spent trying to work on the setup overnight and make sure we really got somewhere we were going to be comfortable with. You know, Matt's the main oval guy, and he was telling us we're not safe with the setup that we had, and he's sitting 28th right now. I don't know what the rest of the day is going to look like as far as times, but you know, he's not too far off of that bottom spot. So we worked overnight on the setup and luckily came up with something a little bit better. I went out and did a good time, so I can't be too displeased with that.
Does that mean that Evan Adams is somewhere in the background trying to work away at his driving so that we'll see a run from him later to try and bump Josh Tucker out of the field?
Yes, definitely. Evan is for sure testing the set right now, I think, actually, and he's gonna be up on deck not too long from now, so you'll see him out.
Sounds exciting. Well, whatever the case may be, the fact that you are qualified on Sunday, the way it's trending right now, indicates that I think you're going to be on the last row of the grid. But just making the field, I think, for you is probably an important step, and you've got 200 laps to learn next Saturday.
Yeah, absolutely. Certainly, yeah, the first goal for this such a tight field, such a competitive field, was just to get in. You know, we were so doubtful coming into this, but I think I'm a little more hopeful now, and I think I'll be safe at least. Matt might have to run again, but I know he'll be able to get it done, and we'll get all 3 of us in the field, and then it'll be a good learning experience, you know, to start from the back. Recovery drives are not unfamiliar to me, so we'll see what we can do.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what Evan Adams has in store, because he may be the catalyst that I think sets Sunday off, because right now I think it is trending to maybe a slightly slower day, but looking forward to maybe getting some excitement. Thanks for joining us, Mitch, and, well, you'll be kicking up, I think, with your feet up for the rest of the day.
I will be. Hopefully some more people come on track and entertain you or something.
I hope so, too. Thanks for joining us. Mitch Welker from the All-American iRacers, number 76, joining us. More cars out on track. So, Evan Adams could be the domino that sets things off, because if he jumps into the field, even provisionally, you look at how close those times are. Josh Tucker will try and find some time outside of that CIS 500 maybe to go again. It does look as though it's going to be Team Watson Racing versus Skowers and versus Dylan Freckleton in that battle with All-American iRacers. Don't know if I'd be comfortable if I'm Matt Holliburton too much. I think he can be comfortable and not plan to go out, but he should be ready to go out towards the end of the day. Probably the more likely of the scenarios. Oh, I see a Hugo Olsen. I see a defending race winner heading out on track. So there comes the Powerslide Motorsports, number 1. Number befitting the defending race winner. Again, remember, practice going on right now with no one inside the qualifying queue. So Hugo Olsen, we quite happy with his 6th starting spot. Outside of row number 2, the 39.552. So Ormond on track as well with Hugo Olsen. In some ways, Olsen has become, I think, the spearhead for the challenge for this year. Of course, Adam Blocker, with his real-world commitments in the NTT IndyCar Series, spent last week or two rather, in Argentina with Juncos Hollinger Racing. So it's taken the likes of Hugo Olsen, Brian Carey, Robert Malechka, Wilson Nato to carry the burden that, for the most part, Adam Blocker used to lead. It's encouraging signs, though, when you start to split up the workload. Similar I was talking about with Maximilian Benecke, and I think I maybe said it slightly wrong. My point was meant to be that Benecke used to be clearly the fastest driver in his team, whereas now the good thing is there are so many fast drivers that even if Max is not having a good race and he's having bad luck and he's being punted around, well, the good thing is Redline now have 4 other drivers there to back Max up and to be there at the front. And it allows Max in some ways to focus on, I think, the thing that is also equally important in racing, which is making sure others on the team are as fast as you. As much as everyone wants to be the fastest in the world, even in sim racing, for the most part, it is a team sport where you are judged against your closest competitors, if you will. Your closest competitors being the teammates. So I guess Evan Adams, the next car that we wait for in qualifying. Wouldn't be shocked if he's up in about half an hour's time when we switch over to a new qualifying session. Resets the track conditions, eliminates some of that rubber build-up that we've had over this practice session. A lot more fun next week in our Open Wheels 500 coverage, because I won't be by myself. I'll be alongside with Lewis McLeod and Joey Tebben for what should be a fun 500 miles. Boy, do I have a weekend coming up. Broadcasts I can't talk about before Open Wheels. That sees me waking up at a ridiculous hour of the morning. And then the final round of the IMSA Esports Michelin Global Championship on Sunday. Can't wait to head to Daytona and crown 2 champions in this first page of IMSA's Esports chapter. At least within iRacing. It's been a lot of fun working with the team there, and another week left to go. Might be a little bit more excitement in a few hours' time for that classic IndyCar Series 500. I would not blame you at all if you went over to watch that one. DJ Clark, Andrew Kinsella will walk you through the action. Andrew Kinsella serving as double duty, I do understand, as the pace car driver for that event as well. Brandon Traino, I wish I knew as well, because he's running laps, but he's not actually setting times. The sandbags are being deployed. Hugo Olsen will now go. We'll say it's at least better to have cars on track than it is to have nothing on track, so I won't complain about that. To have some good paint schemes in the field. Hugo's paint with the spec map has always been simple but popped out to me. I do love that Brandon Traino has used the red instead of blue on his Dallara IR18. See what a smart looking field we have next week as we get set for the 500. 3 wide start, not too wide. Have a manual pace car as well to form that field up on the 3 wide as they slowly increase the speed and get ready to go. Hugo also doing a full qualifying practice run. And now builds up to let himself loose for the 4 laps. So let's see how it goes for Olsen. All right, for the first lap, say 39.419. It's a pretty good lap one if we're being honest. Lap 2 done in this practice run now as well. Still awaiting the arrival of Evan Adams, the domino that will set off the chain. And Entrano says it was a process to convince Alex Simpson, that being the team manager at the Apex Racing team, to run the red. Entrano's not sure if he wants to try and convince him to make another change that he would like to make. And there's a bit of a spin. Good car control from Olsen, but in a qualifying run that would have been done anyway. It's kind of what we saw from Christian Steele in the final of his qualifying runs. How time flies, man. Just yesterday, it feels like it was January. We were getting started with another year of sim racing, and now it's November. The Open Wheels 500 is here, and we're getting ready to head to Thanksgiving and to the holidays. Jesper Ormond, Demerit now both on track and at the same time. Ormond's backed out of it. Demerit's still going. If Matt Hollabo doesn't think he is safe with a 39.647, I'm not sure what would be. Evan Adams' word from Mitch Welker is testing right now. May run in about 90 minutes time, so about 1 p.m. Eastern. Might get Evan Adams out on track for another qualifying run. Right now it would be pretty simple in terms of qualifying order. Jason Brophy and Mitch Welker would drop to 32nd and 33rd, and everyone in front, behind them would just move up correspondingly. Evan Adams joins, though. Things may become a little bit more unpredictable. Oh! That's a big one. What happens here? A big old lick is what happens into the wall. It's right on board. That's one of those where you take your hands off the wheels and you pray to the racing gods. Back live and watching Christopher Demerit going around. Ormond and Olsen rolling onto track as well, so now 3 cars. Putting rubber down on the track. About 10 minutes left in this hour of qualifying. Christopher Demerit has done 30 laps now with no lap times actually scored. Ormond and Olsen maybe going to work together and maybe do a bit of race running now. Ormond almost up into the wall. A lot of people have talked about the importance of track position. Got a scare there, by the way. I'm not sure if you heard that, but Jesper Ormond on the public radio for all drivers had said something, as now Christopher Demerit's the one that goes for a little bit of a spin. See what happens to him. Well, not as spectacular as Jesper Ormond, that's for sure, but poor Jesper almost got collected in this. That is a shot. That was a camera shot, that's for sure. Back to live. One of the shock drivers out of yesterday was this man. The 107, Hamilton Ako Boise. I got told off by Joey Tevin, not once but twice, for mispronouncing his name. 25th as a privateer. Very impressive run of a 39.623. He's back on track right now. Track the busiest it's been all day today now. 4 cars rolling around. So a quiet opening 2 hours then of qualifying. Just the 2 runs, plenty of on-track action for practice though. Cesar Cabral had put himself into the field momentarily. Or the 3 qualifying runs. Mitch Welker then up into 23rd for a moment, but Jason Brophy with the clutch. Not feeling the best, but 1 and done, 8th on the board will be good enough to lock him into the final row of the field come next Saturday's race. Swapped around between Ormond and Olsen, and it's now Olsen that's getting the tow. Well, I say getting the tow, but also getting the dirty air. Not exactly sure what the 2 of them are going back and forth and testing on. Former teammates, of course, I believe. About 10-15 minutes time, we'll step aside for a handful of moments. As mentioned, a new race session will go up. For those new in iRacing, you can throw sessions up for however long you want to give drivers the most fair and equitable conditions. Sessions will go up every 2 hours with the same conditions. Of course, there will be slight rubber evolution across each of the 2-hour runs in the sessions. Now Olsen will be the one that has another half spin. He's had a few of those today. Brandon Trano says more sessions. I'm just disappointed that we couldn't peer pressure Brandon Trano into going for a qualifying run. At the end of pole day yesterday, Phil Kraus did his second run with 20 minutes left on the clock. Brandon Trano was in the queue, but I think got pressured out of it by his teammates to, well, be smart, I think is the best way to put it. So again, the two Swedes tagging up at the front to work on something together. Five minutes to go until the end of this hour of qualifying. We have 6 hours left in this qualifications weekend. We're live here on RaceSpotTV. Got another car joining the practice fun. Here's Robert Malechka III. We'll start on the inside of row 2. 39.546 his qualifying run. And another one of our one and dones. Did not qualify in a qualifying group though. He had to wait until all the guaranteed runs had already been complete. Christopher Demerit says that if there were 5 more minutes, Trano definitely would have gone. And at one point, Trano said, you can't stop me, until someone else joined the queue. While today's going to be a slower day in qualifying, and we expected it to be, yesterday was a lot of fun, even when it was a bit slow. A lot of fun was had. Brandon Trano saying that imagine if he had crashed, he wouldn't have even been mad. Oh, he would have been laughing. It's the risks. The risks of limited attempts. It would have been peak content, that is for sure. Malechka still runs by himself as once more Olsen and Ormond are working together, testing a few things out. Now AJ Musselman going to join the train. The 107 still out there as well. Not really sure if he's planning to go again. Now, he has used all 3 of his runs, so he can't go again. That's what I was trying to remember. Hamilton is out of attempts, and with a 6.23, I do think he is safe. He's got half a tenth of a second over the provisional bubble time right now. 30 more seconds. And we'll be into the final 6 hours of qualifications. 2 hours done then on bump day here with just a handful of attempts in the morning. Do you know, like, we do know that the likes of Michael Peters as well will at some point be out on track. Still are quite a few drivers who we expect to roll. So at this point, we are now due for about a 15-minute pause in the qualifying queue itself. Drivers cannot put themselves forward and finish a run in time in this session, so the queue, if anyone does put themselves forward, will carry forward to the next session that begins in about 10 minutes time. We give about 5 or 10 minutes for everyone to join in and get ready. And then we go once again. Correct myself again, it is today that the VCO Simi Award nominations close, so again, head over to Twitter. Don't forget to make sure you throw your nominations into the ring so that when they're announced next week, or whenever it is, your preferred nominee is on the ballot. Should be Monday, according to the Twitter post that I have just seen for the voting itself phase to open. Will Arjuna want F1 updates during the race? I think the reality is Arjuna may be watching Formula 1 during the race at this rate. But we will wait and see. Of course, Formula 1 start in what, about an hour's time, so Evan Adams will have to decide if he wants to do his run before or after Formula 1, maybe. Getting a bit of a pack forming now. This will be good to kind of see what the racing might be like come next Saturday. able to swap back and forth as expected in clean air. Ormond maybe a little bit further behind than he would have wanted. Do have Alex Martin on the track. Now he is 40th on the speed charts right now. Was complaining about the handling and balance of his car yesterday. Josh Tucker says if he gets bumped, he's running again. Might have to be after the CIS 500, but I think, again, it is the domino that would fall. If one driver gets into the field, if Evan Adams is able to punch in at 39.6, Tucker, Yoshikawa, Freckleton, Graybill, Larkamp, none of those drivers will feel comfortable at the end of the day. Olsen, Ormond still back and forth. But it is officially at the point now where no more runs will occur for the next 15 minutes or so. Interesting how much the track changes between this session and the next one with so much running together. All right, Alex Martin back in pit lane. I think he may be gearing up for a qualifying run at the start of the next session. But with time winding down here for these drivers, I think it's time that we focus in on what's up next, the next of the qualifying sessions. Just 3 attempts in the opening 2 hours, but enough for Jason Brophy, Mitchell Welker to have all but locked themselves into the field. You would have to think Jason Brophy, his time good enough for 8th. He'll start back in 32nd as it sits right now. Plenty more drama to come here across the course of the days. Like I said, we got more qualifying coming up with 5 hours and 53 minutes of coverage still left on RaceSpotTV. Do not go anywhere. We will be right back with on-track action at Indianapolis. Hello everyone and welcome back to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway as we continue qualification weekend and bump day here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We have 33 locked in, but in 5 hours and about 40 minutes time we will know the 33 that will go racing on Saturday, November the 19th for the third running of the Open Wheels 500-mile race. My name is Arjuna Kankipati alongside with nobody. I'm in the PA booth / race control booth by myself for this one. But we will work our way through the next 5 odd hours with hopefully a few more qualification attempts. And then maybe some drama at the very end of the day as well. There's Robert Malechka, the 91 car, perched at the front of the pit road. He's going to go through the whole shebang of a practice qualifying run. Just trying to understand what he could have done. So there he goes, rolling away. So Hugo Olsen as well as Malechka, 2 Powerslide Motorsports drivers out on track right now. Although I think Olsen is not necessarily trying the runs in the same way as we're seeing from Malechka. Full proper 60-second outlap up to 200 miles an hour at the yard of bricks and then maintain that speed for a full warm-up lap before the 4-lap run begins. You can see Malechka trying to maintain 200 miles an hour. Meanwhile, Hugo Olsen, our defending race winner, well and truly up to speed. On board with the number 1 machine, currently qualified 6th outside of the front row. 39.552, 1,000th of a second slower on average per lap than what we see out of Jesper Ormond. Might actually be easier, to be honest, to say this in terms of speeds. Bit of a nervy moment there. Here's Malechka. Check back in with him. He'll start on the inside of row number 2. At least as it seems right now. You can see the commitment on offer, on display. 39.434 from Malechka on that first lap. AJ Musselman rolling out as well now, as Malechka almost slides up into the wall, but he's able to hang on to it. Not able to hang on to it out of turn 2, though. Hugo Olsen is doing some race laps right now. 41s for the Powerslide Motorsports driver. now got AJ Musselman that will work with him, and maybe they'll do some draft running and see how their cars are handling in dirty air. And a 41-1 for Olsen. Consistent in the clean air so far. So Craig Forsyth's currently on the outside looking in. '34th with a 39.744. He needs to find about half a tenth of a second to close to Josh Tucker. He is currently scored with a 39.690. Tucker going to be racing in that classic IndyCar Series 500 that begins in an hour or so's time. So he'll be hopefully finishing 500 miles there and then getting ready to go once again for another blast around the IMS facility here on iRacing, this time in a IR18 rather than in the IR05. The only IndyCar he wouldn't have driven around here today, the Dallara DW12. So he's doing full qualifying runs, trying to build up. And of course, as soon as someone enters the qualifying queue, we close the track for practice and we'll get set to go with the drivers in that qualifying queue. See a lot of chat in the YouTube chat. Try and catch up with what you guys have been talking about. Lots of practice here for Hugo Olsen, just getting some race laps under his belt. So Craig Forsyth has finished up whatever he was doing. Not sure exactly how that run came to a close, but see if he elects to enter the queue, if he's comfortable enough with it. Here's AJ Musselman. Robert Malechka, by the way, 39.405 last lap. He's definitely up to speed already. Yes, we had the Niall McBride pop into chat just as we went to break. Sign-ups for this event should open around next September, of course, so keep your eye out on the social medias for that. Open Wheels 500 on all your favorite channels. That's true, there is basically an IndyCar league for every day of the week. Fixed open setups, most of that is covered. That is for sure. Doug South says, good morning. Nice of him to wake up on the other side of the world and see two of his team in the field. Mitch Welker 24th, Holliber in 28th. Evan Adams awaiting his arrival. I did see a comment from Brandon Traino as well, talking about how the track is being ruined for qualifying runs. But again, no one... I asked Brandon that question yesterday, and he didn't know when he wanted to run. I asked the question, do you want to run when the track is just... the session is just open? Do you want to wait a few cars in, or do you want to go at the end? And he didn't know. So ultimately, I think that's going to come down to something we have to wait and see. Saw some questions about being to the real world Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I was there 3 times this year. I love it. Delighted to have been there. Was there once for the 500. Twice to commentate on some esports stuff. Once with Porsche, once with the guys at SRO. I got to be on the PA booth for 10 minutes and have my voice heard around IMS for some reason. Not sure exactly why. 5 hours, 30 minutes left to go. We're over about 90-something entries at the close of the registration period for the Open Wheels 500 2022. Whittled down through withdrawals to about 70-something coming into this one. '33 will fight next Saturday. Mitch Welker, who jumped in about halfway through our session in the morning, says he's glad there was some running before his Q run today. The dirty line yesterday really hurt. I just wonder as well if this is setup related. I'm not really sure. I don't think there's an easy answer, is the reality, but that's why these teams do so much testing. Well, that's good. Bouncing off the rev limiter as we tend to do. Coming off a pit road and then releasing himself. Saw him hit the hard limiter for a moment there at 12,000 RPM and then now down at the soft limiter of 11.8. Still not really sure why Malechka is practicing qualifying at this point. Because again, remember, those that put their fastest times in on day 2 start behind those that qualify on day 1. If Malechka went out there, withdrew his time and put in a time that was good enough to be fastest, he's still going to start back in 31st position. So, yeah, not really sure what the strategy is here. I think Hugo Olsen's game, though, of getting some experience on the track in a race configuration makes a little bit more sense. The Worm Man Jacob Oster says because he can, which is true, you can do what you want. Questioning the wisdom of doing that. Someone says they also beat Ari Leindak in IndyCar race. That's why I love sim racing, because I've had races with AJ Allmendinger in GTE cars where he's destroyed me over the course of the race. But then I've also beaten Lando Norris in a rallycross race. You get to race with some of these racing heroes around the world, and to enjoy sharing the track with them. The beauty of sim racing. Phil Kraus says Rob's doing it for the vibes. Well, AJ Musselman says he did it because Rob did it and he wants to be Rob when he grows up. And I don't blame AJ. Everyone wants to be the man in the hats. That is Robert Malechka III. 39.421. Last time for him, by the way. So, extracting plenty of speed from the car. I'm going to message Evan Adams and say, when do you want to run so you can make it interesting for us? Yeah, lots of stories about being able to race with people. One of my stories involves being murdered by a real racing driver at the end of a 500-mile race here at Indianapolis. Less said about that, the better. Alexander Russell says he got to crash Rob once. Not sure if he means Malechka or Wickens, because there was someone saying they beat Robbie Wickens, but fun chatter going on in the YouTube chat. Do let us know where you're watching from and what you're doing here on this lovely Sunday. Phil Kraus, I remember crashing Tony Kanaan in the Elite 500. I remember spotting for Tony Kanaan in the Elite 500 while you were crashing into him. There's a clip on my social media somewhere of that, Phil. Thank you very much for that. That's a sentence I never thought I would say. I was spotting for Tony Kanaan, and there's a clip on my Twitter. Christopher Demerit says he accidentally gave Scott McLaughlin rear wing damage while entering pit lane in a 500 on iRacing. We're talking, of course, of iRacing top split Indy 500 winner Scott McLaughlin, also known by that other title he has as Team Penske NTT IndyCar Series driver. Everyone really knows him as the driver for the Apex Racing team. Hello, Ryan Walker watching along. I don't think I can read that comment out on the chat. But yes, I'm enjoying reading your interaction, guys, here today. Again, only 3 qualifying runs compared to the 60-something, 70-something we had yesterday. So, well, yesterday was basically constant action. Today has been all about being patient. Now, I was wondering where Alex Russell was, and here's another car that will put others in danger. Out of the satellite racing camp. But Alex Russell, definitely someone who we know can make it into the show. Squeaked into the 2022 iRacing Indy 500. And so as a result, if I'm Yoshikawa, Tucker, even Freckleton, I would start to get a little bit worried. So the potential of this setup. Adam Crane did a 5.90. David Porcelli did a 6.28. Now if Alex Russell can slide somewhere in the middle of that, he'll find himself, I think, somewhat confident about being in the field. That definitely is not going to help. A bink bonk bash into the wall. And we'll watch this one here. So committed, but too committed. And then maybe steers into it at the last moment, just letting go of the wheel. But unfortunately, the racing gods were not there to help him. So still have Malechka and Musselman out on track. No, sir, you may not park there, to quote Diogo Tellis. I would highly recommend jumping into a motion simulator around here. I've had the opportunity to try a few motion rigs. I don't ever know if I'd want to own one, although having said that, I think part of it is just because I don't race enough at this point. Last time I touched my rig was to take part of the 80-20 off. Malechka all the way down to the curb, basically, through turns 1 and 2. Here comes the muscle man out of 4. Very much in racing trim. You can see that best lap of a 39.473. That will be the qualifying boost enabled as well. Down to a 41.3 with a full tank of fuel. Maybe a slightly different car characteristic. Meanwhile, in front of him, Alex Russell, trying to build up for a qualifying run. This is a bit unnervy if you are AJ Musselman, because you know that you... and yeah, I figured this is what Russell was going to do. For him to find some time, I think, is actually going to be a little bit difficult, because Malechka and Musselman are basically at opposite ends of the track, so timing this one right is going to be a difficult thing. having a chat with Evan Adams, trying to see when he is going to go, as there is Russell. Not the one in Formula One, the one out on track here in IMS. Good news for him is AJ Musselman is now in pit lane, so this will help him. Evan Adams, I think, one of my favorite lines. Well, I should beat my P40 spot in qualifying from 2020. Maybe not feeling the most confident right now. Here's Russell, though. Say bye-bye to Manga. Thank you for joining us. Enjoyed having you here. A little bit tight there through 3 for Russell to the wall. Not using all the track as well. A 41.2 on 3, that would be counted as the warm-up lap for that satellite racing entry. This would be the first lap of the run. Always looking to see how well they can get below the white line and arc through the corner. Tidy through turn 2 exit. Maybe a tad high through 3. Compromised too much. Bit of a wiggle there from the back of the car as it stepped out of 4. But no harm, no foul, I guess. One of those situations. .39.545 for Russell on his previous lap. Just trying to look at David Porcelli. He did a 39.473 on the first lap. .547 on lap 2. 5.46 even on lap 2. So there's very consistent consistency between Russell's laps. So at the very least, maybe just a mistake on lap 1. Slightly compromising him, but the tires where they need to be. Don't forget that when he does want to do a proper qualifying run, the track is closed. He will have it to himself. Right now, he's having to share it more than I think he would have liked. What's it going to be on what would be lap 3 of the run? .39.650. So I think just about lockstep with Porcelli, who did a 6.55 on lap 3 of his run. Don't think turn 2 was the best though for Russell there. Alex Martin also heading out for a practice in qualifying. Remember, he is 40th. Was complaining about the balance of his car. That is for sure. So Russell gets the practice run under his belt, and it's a 39.853 to complete it. A little slower than Porcelli on the final lap, and well, into the wall to end things out. Here is the Agent in Ink Racing car, though. Number 37. See the purple accents around. Alex Martin scrapes the wall on the exit of turn 3. AJ Musselman has worked out the average at a 6:48 for Russell on his run, so that would put him into the top 30. Would bump Josh Tucker. Remember, Russell has all 3 of his runs to use. So he can afford to go out there and throw something on the board, and if it doesn't stick, it doesn't stick. It's as simple as that. That's not a good sign, though. So we got Musselman, Russell, Martin, and Malechka all on the track right now. So 4 cars, at least getting a bit of running under their belt. There's Malechka. There's Russell. Ryan Walker asks about the Open Wheels 500. It's an event open to anyone. It's a public event. Last time we ran in 2020, we had 110-something qualifiers trying to attempt to make it into the field. Only 33 will be part of the action, though, come race day. A strong rookie class, although, again, it's maybe not a fair thing to call Phil Krause and Brandon Traino with so much strength and experience in this car at this track as rookies, but effectively, rather, it will be between the 2 of them. Say hello to Andrew Kinsella, who joins me in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth for a few moments' time. Andrew getting ready to not just drive the pace car for the Classic IndyCar Series 500-mile race, but also to commentate on that one along with DJ Clark on RaceSpotTV. Andrew, qualifying yesterday went quite well for Powerslide Motorsports. I mean, I think it's fair to say over the last 2 or 3 years, it's not always been the strength, but to have 6 cars inside of the top 14 or whatever it is, it's a great starting spot for next weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the Powerslide was really happy with how qualifying went. The car worked really well for the most part. It didn't look like we were having quite the issues with the drop-off that some of the other teams had. Although that being said, I had a big moment on my final lap, which cost me a few hundredths of a second. But that's always the case in a format like Open Wheels, where perfection is the goal, but not necessarily attainable.
I would question, has anyone ever achieved perfection across 3 years of qualifying for this event? I'll ask you the question, Andrew, that no one has given me a firm response on. But with track conditions being one of the only thing that vary across the runs, do you have any insight on when you'd like to go out on track if you had to go and decide when to qualify?
It's tough. It really is. I would say probably in that 6th to 10th car out on track range. But like you want some rubber in the track because it's really slick when it's really fresh, but then if you get too much rubber in it, you get a lot of sliding as well. So I'd say probably right in that nice sort of 40 to 60% range in terms of track usage if you can figure out a way to swing that. But it's really difficult. You don't think that it would change that much, but it does change a fair bit. And the thing is, the margins here are just so small. Like, you look at the people that I'm around right now, it's like 100th of a second or 400ths of a second qualifier, and that's like 10 positions, 14 positions. So it's really, really thin margins. So just a small difference is all it takes, really.
Yeah, if you lost, half a mile an hour, you were suddenly down back in outside the top 30. It is a crazy close field. In terms of your run, though, it was the one and done for you. Do you feel a little bit more accustomed to dealing with this pressure now, having had to go through this a couple of times before?
Yeah, I would say so. And it also helps being a veteran of the Open 500 as well. It's a slightly different mentality, but it's sort of similar in that you really need to get yourself into the zone and accept what the run gives you. And that's, I think, what was the strength of Powerslide, is we do have a fairly veteran lineup that understands that it's about blocking out the noise, blocking out what everyone else has done, and just running your 4 laps and taking and assessing once it's done.
Thanks for joining us, Andrew. I'll let you go because, again, I know you've got pace car responsibilities on top of your commentary duties. Thanks for the time, and, well, best of luck for the rest of today.
Thanks, Arjuna.
No pressure. He hopefully will not drop it like that poor pace car driver did back in Detroit all those years ago. 5 hours and 10 minutes left in qualifying. We're getting ready to come to the end of another of our qualifying blocks. Let's drag in Alex Russell, who is standing by for a quick chat. Alex, a few practice attempts in qualifying. Are you getting ready to run and put yourself onto the board?
I definitely am thinking about that. I feel pretty warmed up. I think I might have to do a run very shortly.
Has it helped for you to be able to go out on track before you directly go and do the session, because you get a much better indication of what the track itself is doing? Because one thing I think even your teammates were probably talking about yesterday is how things seem different from their testing to the actual sessions.
I would say that, yeah, it's kind of nice to be able to go out on track, like do a few laps before the actual run. But then it's like, well, it's not exactly the same as like a real 500 qualifying, so I kind of am impartial. I like it, but at the same time, it'd be nice to just have that unknown.
So 3 attempts. How are you feeling about the pressure of that compared to what you had to deal with in the month of May when you made it to your first iRacing Indy 500 top split?
I don't know, for some reason I'm feeling pretty relaxed. It's kind of funny because everyone's freaking out and I'm just sitting here like, this is pretty fun. I like this.
I love the sound of that. We'll let you go and get ready for your qualifying attempt, Alex. Best of luck, and we can't wait to see you on track.
All right, thank you.
So we get the pre-talk with Alex Russell, and at some point we'll get the post-talk as well and get a good sense of exactly how that run ended up faring out for him. Couple of drivers still on track. A couple of our fans heading off to watch Formula One. Don't blame you. And maybe jump in a motion rig as well. I am totally not paying attention to the Formula One out of the corner of my eye. So Alex Martin, Alex Russell, and then Craig Forsyth, the 3 that you would expect to be somewhat ready to go in this session. Not sure if exactly all 3 of them will go at the same time. We'll have to wait and see. I'm also being told that I do have to also, as part of our responsibilities of RaceSpotTV, make a check on a commentator who hasn't arrived ideally on time for a broadcast. We will multitask as AJ Musselman heads back down to pit lane and we get ready to close the track, I think, for qualifying in a few moments' time. There's been lots of drama around Formula One recently. I'll be honest, I haven't watched much of it recently either. I've been very focused on all the various things in the sim racing world, but looking forward to this one in Brazil. Track is empty right now, by the way, if you were curious. Art Malechka, like we mentioned, has enjoyed some practice, but it's time to go watch some Formula One for him. We're live all the way through about 6 p.m. Eastern here on RaceSpotTV with Bump Day qualifying. Thank you to those in our chat that are stepping aside. Really appreciate your company here. Thank you so much for being a part of this Open Wheels 500 qualifications weekend as the Open Wheels 500 returns to the world of RaceSpotTV and to iRacing. It's been good to have some of the familiar faces out and to get the likes of Phil Kraus and Brandon Traino into the field. And what a front row we got lined up. Phil Kraus, Brandon Traino, Christopher Demerit. Does not get much stronger than that in terms of driver lineups. Then Malechka, Ormond and Olsen, Oster, Brophy and Blocker. I mean, this is the who's who. Newsom, Craig, Bennett, Kinsella, Van der Sant and Alexander. Those first 5 rows of 3. Then Josh Chin all the way back in the 16th spot. Close margins between 14th and 16th, all tied on a 39.583 in terms of scoring. However, when it comes in terms of miles an hour, there are separations there. 227.372 for Van der Sant, 227.370 for Alexander, and then 227.370 for 369 rather for Joshua Chin. Josh Chucker getting ready to go in that CAS 500 as well. Here a car going out. It's Alex Martin, I think, still trying to get the setup dialed in. And with that said, actually, he's not going to get the chance because we got a car in the queue. Alex Russell will indeed get ready to go. So here we go with another qualification attempt. It's qualifying attempt number 1 for the 57 of Alex Russell in the satellite racing entry, and it comes a while after our previous run. He waits in the on-deck area for the release from race control. Alex, you may begin your qualifying run. Did hear that. Sometimes get worried that drivers are not listening over that public radio. But Alex Russell will begin. Remember, outlap timer will start. 60 seconds to complete this outlap. And he must hit the line at 200 miles an hour and maintain that as his minimum speed across the warm-up lap that he has also got before the 4 laps will commence. So remember what he did in the practice run before. AJ Musselman had calculated it out for us. 6.48 was that provisional average. Winds up out of the final corner. And will hit the line just in the nick of time. See a question about Christian Steele and what his plans will be for the rest of the day. Unfortunately, he is out of attempts. He used all 3 of his attempts on pole day yesterday, and so he is watching on, and will be watching on next Saturday as well. Now, we will have 3 alternates. Steele is not going to necessarily be amongst them provisionally, but we will wait and see how it plays out with that. So Russell will complete the warm-up lap. And he'll build up the speed, and at about 370 kilometers an hour, he will cross the yard of bricks and begin qualifying attempt number 1 here for this Open Wheels 500-mile race. Does not maximize the track on offer, but I think crucially this is more just about keeping it tidy. What's lap 1 going to be for the Satellite Racing 57? As we mentioned, made his first appearance in the month of May in the top split iRacing Indy 500 here in 2022. And on lap number 1, it's a 39.512. It is not the fastest first lap, but can he mitigate fall off? I think that is going to be the question. track those 4 laps, of course. Comparison, David Porcelli, his teammate, did a 39.492 on his lap number 1 in the run that has him scored. Excuse me, that was the other run that he had. 39.617 though on lap 2. There is already a 10th of fall off. Porcelli's run that has him in 26th, a 4.73 and a 5.70. Already almost a full 10th off the combined lap time for Alex Russell. Remember, 2 runs still to go after this. So by no means will Alex Russell be done and dusted. Can he mitigate fall off on lap 3? Yes, he will. 6.46 on that 3rd lap, compared with Porcelli, did a 6.55. So Russell now ahead, at least provisionally. It'll be about this crucial lap 4. It's always the hardest. The tires have done all the hard work, and now just one final corner. Can Alex Russell make it 3 satellite racing cars in the big show? Across the auto bricks, and it's a 7.40. To give the average of a 6.29, it will slot him in just behind his teammate David Porcelli. I think the question will be, does he think that is good enough for him to make the field? So Josh Tucker now bumped out. He already has indicated that after the CIS 500, he is going to head back out and qualify if he is bumped. So Yoshikawa, the Team Watson racing machine, in the show for now. Let's drag back in Alex Russell and ask him, how did that run go, Alex, for you?
I'm just glad I got a run on the board. That was for sure. It was more stressful than I initially thought, but it was really nice to just get that run in. I'm seeing I'm just below my teammates. So that's really good to see.
Are you thinking that you want to go out again, or are you somewhat content to be there in 27th spot and about half a tenth clear of the bump line as it sits right now?
I think that I'm going to get some lunch, get some food in me, and then that'll probably help reinvigorate my need to go fast.
Well, I tell you what, you've at least managed to come up clutch with this first run. Good job so far, and, well, let's see what things look like after lunch.
Yeah, thank you.
Alex Russell puts himself into the field. Doesn't look like anyone else has joined the queue just yet. And so once again, the track will get opened up for practice. Will Alex Martin be the next to close the track and to be the one to head out for a qualifying run? We'll have to wait and see. So no one heading out just yet, in a bit of a lull, I would assume. Probably a handful of drivers going to watch Formula One. And then maybe after the Brazil Grand Prix has ended, they'll be back on track potentially. Logan Detweiler in the chat to say hello. It should be a fun day with plenty of 500s, the CIS 500 and some other ones as well. That CIS 500 going to begin momentarily here on RaceSpotTV, so don't forget to get stuck in for that one. Not exactly sure actually what we're going to see now for a bit of this next period. Of course, in about an hour, there will be a mandatory pause in the queue as we get set to move to a second qualifying session, or third qualifying session of the day, I should say. But yes, we will wait and see. Doug South jumping off to go and watch, I think, some sports. I say I assume because it's probably an American football reference that went straight over my head. So less than 5 hours left, though, in this qualifying weekend. The top and bottom of our locked-in field split by just under a mile an hour. So, with Alex Russell off to get lunch, now means at least 3 hours, I would guess, before Josh Tucker is able to take to the track. There's, I think, a handful of attempts left still. Yes, but Matt, that's why I was confused, because usually, yeah. As someone from that part of the world, there are enough sports that Doug may watch that I actually would know enough about. So it's a bit of an amusing one, that's for sure. So we look at this updated Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Speeds are down from back in 2020, but of course it's not just the track that's undergone changes, it's the car as well. Doug is a transplant. That explains a lot. To be fair, Doug, I am transplanted to the other side of the world. At least for the time being. Not looking forward to my 15-odd hour flight that I've got coming up later this winter. And basically in a month's time. Logan's asking about pre-race festivities next Saturday. Still TBD. Got some exciting stuff of my own that I'm not allowed to talk about just yet, but we will have Lewis McLeod and Joey Tebben alongside myself, Arjuna Kankipati. Of course, we've got the new configuration of both the oval and the road course, but I think now what we do need is maybe some of those updated facilities around Indianapolis. Alex Martin is heading out onto track, by the way, so we are going to get a car. Roll his way out. So he'll build up the speed and do his run, his practice run, we should say. 40 dot something on his first run. Alex Van der Sant saying rookie numbers when it comes to 500s. On the outlap, you have to take no longer than 60 seconds. Now on this warm-up lap, you must maintain 200 miles an hour, and different teams have elected different times at which to go. Alex Martin had gone basically out of turn 2 and picked up the throttle. Saw even Alex Russell not picking the throttle up until he was out of turn 4. Martin begins yet another 4-lap practice run. Important to get some confidence, understand the track conditions. I think the one thing we do know is we're not likely to see... Okay, maybe I'm going to take that back what I was about to say. I was about to say maybe the final hour is not going to be dramatic. But you look at the margin between Larkamp and Freckleton. Now, in the hypothetical situation that Evan Adams is able to conjure up, as Alex Martin hits the wall, there's the hypothetical that if Evan Adams conjures up a 39.66 as well, suddenly you got 4 cars fighting on the bubble with Yoshikawa and Tucker in those Team Watson racing cars, thinking that they very well could be in with a shout as well. Kevin Birrell, the best of the Team Watson racing machines, with a 39.597, 23rd for him. Jesper Ormond says that Andreas Eick ran 8 official iRacing Indy 500s back in May. And yeah, I haven't seen him basically since then, to be fair. I can't imagine doing 8 Indy 500s. That is a lot. That is a lot. Oh boy, I'm getting stressed thinking about that. Formula One about to start. If you needed a reminder, I'm here to help. As long as you can't hear Formula One, then no one is any the wiser as to what's happening behind the scenes with not anything happening out on track. I have definitely, I think one of my favorite images and moments from sim racing, genuinely, this will sound very weird, but Josh Lee was my commentary partner for the iRacing Off-Road Jumpy Truck Championship Series. And we had to do the iRacing Crandon Championship special event on iRacing a handful of weeks ago. And Josh was traveling. And so Evan Pasoko sent me a picture of Josh watching from up above inside whatever stadium arena they were in with Monster Jam. Just watching me on the show and feeling sad that he wasn't on it. No idea why I brought that up. But I guess that's the point of the day that we're in. Not even halfway through. Random story time here on RaceSpotTV. So my seat, you can just about see it if I tell you what, I will break out the yellow pencil since we are at that point of the day. So we would walk in around here. We'll take down the tower. Probably somewhere around here was where me and the Team I5G guys were sitting for 2022 Indianapolis 500. Not a bad seat at all. I've heard we have similar tickets for 2023. I'm not exactly sure if we have moved slightly. The seniority system was not something I really had a good understanding of heading into my first experience at IMS. So we have had a total of 70 qualification attempts for this Open Wheels 500-mile race across the 2 days so far. Expect a flurry more, I think, after the next 2 hours. We'll let the drivers focus in on a certain Formula One event that is happening and starting in a moment's time. Andreas Eick's record, 13th, 2nd, 3rd, 20th, 2nd, 5th, and 9th. So outside of 2 finishes, all inside of the top 10. And 4 on the podium. Unlucky not to have grabbed a victory, if we're being totally honest, with all of those second place finishes. But Indy will pick its winner. It's as simple as that sometimes. A great look at the pagoda as well. What a wonderful facility, I must say it is. You got that podium off to the left. The PA booth is just alongside it. It's where the commentators will sit. I will endeavor to ensure there are no Formula One spoilers here today, as Alex Martin will head back out onto track. Yes, Alex Russell is right. Indy is scary with sometimes just how brutal a race can be. It's grueling. 500 miles, 200 laps. And you just have to be in the right place at the right time. It's as simple as that. You can only make so much luck. Still trying to find, I think, a bit more comfort with the car. 42.168 on his out lap, or warm-up lap rather. Keep getting myself confused between out lap and warm-up lap because, of course, different procedures between the iRacing Indianapolis 500 and this Open Wheels 500. What will the lap time be for Martin then? 39.664, that's good. That's a lot better than what we saw out of him come yesterday. It was a 39.973 on lap 1, 8.11 on lap 2, then a 9.59 on lap 3, and then a 43.52 on his final lap. So do remember, he's used one run, so I think part of why he's doing these practice attempts is because he's only got 2 more to play with. Craig Forsyth says it's how he won one of his 500-mile races as Alex Martin knocks down the wall through turn 1. He just happened to be the car ahead on the outside with 3 to go when the caution came out. Yeah, Indy will pick its winner. And if you don't know how special Indy is, then there's only so much that you can do. I think Mitch Welker was one that had that discussion with some of the community. We talked about this with him yesterday. He was never, to be fair, never arguing that Indy was not special. But we did have some fun at his expense, unfortunately, if we're being totally honest. A look at that Indianapolis Motor Speedway and the skyline of Indianapolis. It's about 20 minutes to downtown Indianapolis from IMS. Got some wide highways. You got the FedEx headquarters and shipping stuff as well, at least relatively in the US. Jesper Ormond talking now a bit more about race setup, I think, talking about the importance of focusing on a car that works in dirty air, because there's always going to be a car in front of you, and speed is secondary. That's true in road courses as well. I was talking with Riley Dickinson about this, a Porsche Carrera Cup driver for Kelly Moss Racing. But he also won one of the races here in the Porsche Carrera Cup North America. And he was saying even the road course here with the 911 generation 992 Cup car, which has downforce, yes, but it is not a downforce car. He was saying that this is a momentum track, and I was pretty surprised to hear him say that. And he was talking about just how important it was to have fresh tires to be able to use. Oh, I just realized I don't even want to think about how much tires would cost for the Indianapolis 500. The estimate I got for a Porsche Carrera Cup North America weekend on just tires alone, and this is just dry tires, slick tires. It doesn't include potential rain tires that you'll need as well. $12,000 a weekend. $12,000 in rubber a weekend. Evan Adams saying in the paddock, in the virtual paddock, trying to decide what he wants to do. I like how Jesper's actually phrased this. Get as much downforce on the car as you can, and then work down from there. So trying to take downforce off. There's that skyline again. Downtown Indy's not bad. It's interesting. Had some interesting food there as well, with some great people, both with Porsche and SRO. I think maybe my most fun time, though, was talking with those guys at Porsche North America, and I think people who know me know I love a good Porsche tribute livery. I've got a die-cast of the Pink Pig 911 RSR that they ran that one year. But I've always loved the Coca-Cola RSR that they ran for 1 year in Petit Le Mans. Actually has been, I think, one of my favorite liveries of all time, and I got to, you know, we were just sitting there chatting with the guy that ran the marketing campaign and filmed produced the ad for it, and it was a really cool and interesting experience. Getting to learn some of the stories that they have from motorsports as well. Such a different world. Like, I think I've had 2.5 years properly in sim racing now, and I've been fortunate to do quite a lot of what I've wanted to do. But every day is a learning day. Every day is a learning day, no matter where you are. Great look down that pit entry line. See how deep the commitment is as well. Those cones are quite far down, and it becomes important to really maximize your entry. We saw it back in even last year, this year as well, but drivers on pit entry struggling with brakes that haven't been used too much and the balance of the car. I think Alex Martin jumping in to say he had to get his Will Power moment out of the way before he does his run. So is the potential there for another run to happen in a handful of moments' time, as Alex Martin tries to get his way back up into the top 40. In terms of teams at the front, it's private label Team Hype from Team i5G on the front row, then Power Slide, Indy Alliance Power Slide, i5G, private label Team Hype, although Jason Brophy's going to move back, so not really how it's going to work. We'll get back to that in a moment. Maybe we'll talk more about that full rundown at the end of the day as well, if we can show you the full grid itself. But track is going to get closed for practice, as we will indeed get Alex Martin out on track and ready to go for a qualifying run. So Alex will be asked to move to the on-deck zone, and then we'll be moments away from getting his qualifying run underway. So our first run again in about 30 minutes. How is the track change? We're about to find out. Alex, you may begin your qualifying run. So with that, he withdraws his previous time. That had him scored as the 41st qualifier. And Alex Martin will take to the track. So remember, 60 seconds on the out lap, a minimum speed of 200 miles an hour on the warm-up lap, and then 4 laps to get it done out on track. Coming to the halfway mark of bump day here with 4 hours and 35 minutes to go. Alex Martin hits the line. No dramas for him so far. Car looked tight, remember, in his sessions. He's had a couple of moments where he's hit the wall. Here we go, though. He'll finish that warm-up lap, and now begins the 4. 41.486, one of the faster warm-up laps that we've seen. 216 odd miles an hour. Yeah, if you're watching Formula One, by the way, I'm having quite hard to shut my mouth right now because it is something to behold. That's all I'll say. Because any more and I will get in a lot of trouble. Lap 1 for Alex Martin here, though, at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. 39.741, so there is some improvement for him. And that's what's important. Lap 2 for Alex Martin then. Remember, he actually got quicker from lap 1 to lap 2 in his previous run, partly because I think he got a bit tight. What will it be this time? A 39.741 the previous trip around. Only a bit of fall off, it's a 7.80. Currently still trending outside the show, though. So right now, again, the bubble time at 39.686. Lap 3, a 39.929, and Martin in danger of slipping into the 40s on that final lap. And into the wall. He'll have his willpower moment in the qualifying session, potentially. I think he has elected that will be this qualifying run done and dusted. So Alex Martin withdraws his time. Unfortunately, though, that will be it. One more attempt if he wants. So let's see if we can pick up what happened for Martin. It wasn't here, it was through turns 1 and 2. It's the RaceSpotTV replay for you. Into the wall. Well, unfortunately, Josh Tucker has had an issue in the Classic IndyCar Series 500, and now he returns to the Open Wheels 500 qualifying scene to see he is on the outside looking in. It's about 4 hours, 30 minutes now left to go. Not sure if we'll see another driver head out for a run and enter themselves into the queue. I get the distinct impression we are going to see a return of practice potentially. And indeed, track is now open for practice once more. So I see David Graybill in the session, but he is 31st. And what's he thinking? Josh Tucker says he's got the pace, has to calm the nerves. He's got to find 400s. Graybill's going to try a few runs and I think see where the pace is, but I think you wait till you get bumped out if you're David Graybill before you head back out onto track. Now Yoshikawa, on the other hand, I think maybe is a little bit more concerned about his teammate. I don't know. I do not know. So Graybill, so looking at his lap times in his previous run, we'll try and compare them here. Actually, maybe we can actually do this. Wasn't sure if this was going to work, but those were the times from before. 39.664, the average for him. So 39.510 on that first lap for David Graybill compares to a 5.52 on his previous run. So I think there maybe is a little bit more speed. Now Skowers have Marquez and Larkamp as well in their stable as far as I'm aware. So again, the track is quiet once more. I think David Graybill's going to go again. Evan Adams, by the way. Evan Adams has thrown into a separate Discord chat some gifs of frustration. So slow rolling as always, just trying to lessen the load on the tires. So about 30 minutes time again. Remember, we have a mandatory break in the qualifying queue. So here we go as Grable begins that warm-up lap. See how it plays out for him now. So Grable will again start another 4-lap run. Will he finish this 4-lap run though? That I think is a question. 42.103, so consistent with trends on that warm-up lap. Each team seems to have a slightly different approach. So David Grable, what will it be then as he sees if he's got some speed? Now remember, because he's 31st, technically, while that's the case for qualifying, because we've had 2 or 3 drivers qualify here on Sunday, Grable moves up 3 positions. If he qualified again on Sunday, he would drop behind those on Saturday, of course. So there are things to think about in this game and in this equation. It's simple if you're Josh Tucker. You need to qualify again to make it into the field. For everyone else, maybe there's a little bit more of a thought. 39.496 for Grable. That is a very good opening lap. So again, Grable does not finish the run, but I think now he's got an indication of just how quick he could go. See, Michael Chin is also in the session, has not set a run just yet in that 34 machine. There goes Grable once more, just still building on this first lap. Nailing the marks. So there we'll go for a 3rd trip out, a 3rd sighting run, if you will. I do apologize for my brief moments of silence. One, there's only so much that someone as silly as me can say for 16 hours. At the same time, some other responsibilities seem to be cropping up on my side for the next weekend. Just trying to manage the dual responsibilities. So Grable again, let's see what the lap time will be here on lap 1. So 42.561, a little slower on the warm-up lap for Grable. So lap 1, 374 at the yard of bricks in terms of kilometers an hour. This time it's a 39.516, not as good a lap 1. We may be in for a rather exciting final few hours. I wasn't sure about how it would play, but I think we will. I think we will indeed. 4 hours, 20 minutes to go. Grable will finish a lap 2. What's the fall off from lap 1 to 2? Less than a tenth of a second. It's a 5.98 on the second running. Good positive signs, you'd have to say. Is Grable going to go for another attempt? Still just trying, I think, to get these opening laps sorted out. So again, just slow rolling the start for David Grable. Is Michael Chin going to make a run here in this qualifications weekend? We'll find out. Evan Adams saying that he thinks he's got the potential to break into the field, but he's a bit distracted by the meme of a Formula One race right now. And as AJ Musselman has pointed out to Alex Martin, who was being a little bit doom and gloom about the chances, you're not just fighting to be the 33, but 3 alternates will be on standby on race day in case there are any technical issues or anything of the like for drivers inside the 33. So 42.288 this time for Mr. Grable. So Michael Chin is also on track for practice, so now maybe he's building for a challenge in qualifying. So here's Grable. Let's check in with the 34. Privateer out of Ohio, but Michael Chin is a veteran of the Open Wheels 500-mile race. So Michael Chin is on track. Michael Peters is trying to build up his confidence to try and run. Michael Chin has already, I think, bailed on his practice run. $39.583 for Grable after a 39.516. So consistent 39.5s on those opening 2 laps we've seen. Lap 3 is a 6.44. think he's got the potential to improve, but again, likely not going to want to force the issue until he has to. So no one on track for the time being. AJ Musselman as well as David Grable sat in pit lane. With not much going on right now. Qualifying queue again. In about 20 minutes time we'll have a 10 or 15 minutes break. We switch to a new session and the draw will go again. There's Michael Chin appearing back in the pit lane and going for another run. 39.577, his fastest one lap in the session. Go and see if I can figure out where Michael Chin finished back in 2020's qualifying sessions. No qualification in 2020, so his last time on track might even have been 2019. At least within this Open Wheels 500 environment. So there's 40 times on the board. Alex Martin, of course, withdrew his to go out there. See if he goes for his final attempt at some point today. So as Michael Chin finishes his warm-up lap, this is when the 4 laps would begin in a qualifying run. Across the yard of bricks, 376 kilometers an hour on the dive into turn 1. That's 200 and almost 34 miles an hour on the entry to turn 1. Incredible stuff. The level of commitment is so high. David Grable also on track now. So a couple of cars just thinking about what they want to do in this practice. Currently, yes, the time on the bubble is a 6:86 as Evan Adams inquires. Michael Chin all the way down to the curb there. Nicely done. .573 for Chin on lap 1. What will be on the second time around? 6:66. Hopefully not a sign of what's to come. How will it trend over this though? Lap 3 for him provisionally on this practice qualifying run. Four more corners in a run.
for Michael Chin, where lap 3 is up to a 39.767. Michael Chin finishes the run by bailing on lap 4. Check in with David Grable, 39.665 on what would have been lap 3 of a run for him. Another lap complete
for David Grable.
There's Josh Tucker back on track and I think getting ready to go. We get a practice run, he'll do the whole shebang. Coordinate himself. And the Team Watson Racing number 12 will be hoping to get himself back into the field. So Josh Tucker out on track, David Grable on track as well, and I believe Evan Adams is thinking about rolling out for some practice runs before maybe the next session is where we'll see the flurry of attempts. So, this Team Watson Racing Alliance will now have to see which of their cars will make it in, or if they can find some speed to bump out the likes of Dylan Freckleton and David Grable, because Yoshikawa and Tucker will have to fight for 33rd for the time being. Tucker hoping to move his way maybe slightly more forward. 40.730, one of the faster warm-up laps that we would have ever seen. See how it plays out over the course of the run. Committed through 1 and tidy through 2. A little bit of a pitch as it came off the exit of turn 2, but no issues. So lap 1 for the number 12 in this run. What will it be? 39.532. It's a good lap 1. About half a tenth quicker than his lap 1 in the attempt that has him in 34th. He's had just the 1 run, by the way, so he's still got 2 to use. Michael Chin also running, by the way, as Josh Tucker does a 39.601 on lap 2. Here's Chin. In his 34 red and yellow. He's out lap a 47.74. For Josh Tucker, then, what will it be? .700, so a bit more fall off, but not dropping off too drastically. Meanwhile, Michael Chin. It's 39.499, so a good lap one for Michael Chin there. Josh Tucker finishes up with a 39.819. So drops off a tenth or two over the run. For Michael Chin to complete lap 2 of his provisional practice run. From a 39.5 to a 39.7, it's a big jump for him. Lots of fall off for him. Car looks okay through the corners, though. I mean, he's getting down low. It's a bit maybe squirrely as it chases him up the racetrack. Going to be another attempt bailed for Michael Chin. So at least for the time being, quiet on track once more. Heading towards the 4-hour mark left on the day. And not just on the day, on qualifications weekend. I mean, what a weekend it has been. Tucker will head back out for some more practice, but surely you've got to think he's just trying to gear himself up and settle the nerves for his run. Because to some degree it is important that these drivers want to just get this done out of their mind as soon as possible. The more you stress about it, unless you're used to being in these situations, the more it will weigh on you. The more it will slow you down. And the more you'll just shake in those closing laps. We heard that from some of the drivers. Phil Kraus on his pole run saying he was shaking all the way through those closing 2 laps. Josh Tucker continues his wind up for another run in practice qualifying. Josh Tucker with a 45.25 will get the run started. Onto the 4 laps. Looks pretty close to the wall, if we're being honest, there on the exit of turn 2, but you got to maximize what you're given. It is as simple as that. Ride from the nose of the number 12. Down the long straightaway and into turn number 1. look too unhappy, that car. Looks pretty good. So 39.532 for Josh Tucker on that first lap of this qualifying run. Still trending okay. He's found a little bit of speed. Some of the drivers were talking post-pole day yesterday about how much time they lost between practice and the actual runs, and they were saying sometimes up to 1/10 of a second. So that's why it's so important to be able to manage everything. So officially less than 4 hours to go in qualifications weekend. Not going to get any drivers in the qualifying queue now for about 20 more minutes before that will resume in a new session as Joshua Tucker slides up the wall and car bounces itself off. I wonder if Michael Chin is just trying to decide, does he have enough to be able to go? .39.496, another good lap one for Michael Chin, but again, it's more about this lap two where you want to see the fall off be steady. It's a 6.37 on lap two. What will lap 3 be in terms of this fall off, though? From a 39.5 to a 39.6, the trend then tends to be 39.7s and 39.8s to finish things off. It's 39.7 for one. It's not the easiest of conditions for Michael Chin to be dealing with, and that will be, I think, another qualifying run bailed before he got the 4 laps complete. Nearing 2 p.m. in the east coast of the U.S. Nearing about 2 p.m. here, or rather 11 a.m. on the left coast of the USA. Chin's going to head back out, I believe. Or maybe he's in pit lane. I think he's in pit lane now. There he is. Quiet over the track, I think, now for about 15 minutes' time. as drivers will have to join that new session and get ready to go once again. Evan Adams, Alex Martin, Craig Forsyth, Josh Tucker, Michael Chin. Are these all drivers that we expect to go once again? Who knows? When will they go? I think that's a good question as well. +60 qualifying attempts yesterday. We've had less than 10 so far here today. Most of the field comfortable with their starting spots. And while the bubble is moving, albeit slightly, it's not moving fast enough as it sits right now. Does not look as though we are going to get any more cars out on track. So I think it's time that we will step aside, maybe potentially again here on RaceSpotTV. Don't go anywhere. The coverage will resume of this Open Wheels 500 qualifications weekend with the final 3 hours or so of bump day qualifying as we lock in the field of 33 for next weekend's running of the 2020 Open Wheels 500 mile race. everyone, and welcome back to the final 3 hours and 37 minutes of qualifying the Open Wheels 500-mile race on November the 19th, live on RaceSpotTV. 40 cars have times on the board, and we have a battle for bump day to follow over the next handful of hours. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, alongside no one in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. We have some drivers heading out for some practice runs, but we are waiting still for drivers to enter the qualifying queue. Alex Russell is powering around right now, but he runs 27th with his attempt from earlier today. It seems somewhat unlikely that we would see him take that time off and risk it again. Although having said that, we have seen more peculiar things before. Russell is hustling as he heads down the back straightaway. Russell almost into the wall off turn 4, but it's all right. So 42.195 on the warm-up lap. What will this first complete lap be? Lost down that back straightaway into turn 3. It does seem as though there's a bit of a headwind for the drivers, so it helps them very slightly. So Russell on track, but he's not the only one. You got Josh Tucker as well as David Grable, all rolling. Bit of a wiggle off turn 4 for Russell, but he'll come to the line. The 39.550. I think that will be Josh Tucker as well as maybe David Grable having some issues. Not sure if something's happened to that Team Watson Racing number 12. .39.613 for Russell last time by. Got a bit squirrely through 1 and 2. Remember, this is just practice at this point for a lot of these guys. If anyone enters the qualifying queue, we will close the track for practice, but at least for now, they get some repetitions in on what is a relatively green track. Russell with a 39.745 to finish off. Here's the Skowers, number 5 for David Grable. 31st in the qualifying standings. Would be gridded up in 28th position, though, after Jason Brophy, as well as Mitch Welker and Alex Russell, by virtue of qualifying on Sunday, would drop to the back of the grid. So if Josh Tucker is able to get himself forward, then the pressure is on Yoshikawa to deliver and get himself back in. then Freckleton would be next in queue to try and figure it out. Well, an interesting call for Alex Russell. So Alex Russell will become the qualifying attempt number 72 out there on track. Surprised that he is going and withdrawing a previous time. Joshua, please return to the pit lane immediately. The track is closed for practice. So still got one car out there. Give him the visual cue, or the audio cue rather. As Alex Russell waits to go. Alex, you may begin your qualifying run. Spools the engine up. Spins those Firestone tires forward. Track the outlap, of course. Let's not forget. 60 seconds on the outlap. Hit the line at 200 miles an hour and maintain that on the warm-up lap. By virtue of heading out there onto track, Alexander Russell will withdraw his previous time. I'm not sure if someone's explained to him that what he's really fighting for is to get in front of Mitch Welker, but still to start basically on the last row of the grid. Might have been a conversation worth having. So 16 seconds to wind to that line and be up to 200 miles an hour for Russell. Let's check out how close he'll cut it. Had a number of cars cross with 1 second left. We have had some fall afoul of the 60 seconds as well, so Russell does the right thing and makes sure there is no doubt about it. Now we get set to see what the times are going to be. Confidence, I tell you, to withdraw your previous time. So on the out lap, the warm-up lap rather, Alex Russell keeps it tidy and now up to speed. We'll start the 4 laps and the 16 corners for qualifying. Look how low he got down through turn 1. That was almost picture perfect. Keeping it straight down the back straight on the run to turn 3. It's been a good opening lap of the run. Using all the track, no major drama. It's a 39.458. He's found half a tenth of a second compared to his previous lap number 1. Can he keep this momentum rolling forward? A bit of a wiggle off 2. A bit of a push out of 4 as well. Lap 2, about a tenth of fall off at 39.542. Remember, the benchmark to beat is a 39.629. ...373 kilometers an hour into turn number 3. Into the wind, it will help him turn that car with confidence. But here out of 4, it will be a slight tailwind. 12 corners down, 4 more to run. Another 800ths or so of fall off. The average slips to a 541. If he can keep it in the 39.7s, should be a good one. Will it be good enough to jump him in front of Mitch Welker, next best car to have qualified here on bump day? Through the short chute of turn 3 and 4, up to the wall. And once again out of 4, a great run from Alex Russell, letting the car run to the line. Last lap was not great. It is still a marginal improvement. Alex Russell went from a 6:29 to a 6:14. It does get him in front of Mitch Welker. It was all about turn 4. So will Josh Tucker or Michael Chin enter the qualifying queue? I believe the track will get reopened for practice for these drivers to get some more laps under their belt. And David Grable immediately takes the opportunity. Fascinating day. Maybe not as much in terms of the on-track, but we've got our first kind of sense of what race conditions are going to be like for these drivers with some on-track running, with full tanks of fuel. Alex Russell says he was on track for a 594. That would have been enough to get him up maybe to where Shane Coogan is. It's been an interesting day. I think yesterday the highlight, of course, goes to Phil Krause with that pole run in the final 20 minutes. I think today the battle will be about if Yoshikawa, Freckleton, Grable feel the need to stick around. I think it will all depend on Josh Tucker and Evan Adams. Those are the two chips that might change the equation. Run comes to an end for David Grable as we see Josh Tucker instead roll back onto track. So his warm-up lap was a 47.70. He is one of those that elects to have a slightly faster warm-up lap. It looks all right. Down below the white line. Steady off turn 4. Maybe struggling a little bit more than you'd want, but tidy on exit for sure, at least. The entry not as comfortable as exit there for turn 1 on lap 2. 39.520 was lap 1 for Josh Tucker. Still got 3 hours and 20 minutes to go, so plenty of time for some surprises. What will lap 2 be then? 39.520 initially. 6:11 on lap 2. Not too much fall off. Still looks all right on lap 3, but starting to look a little bit more lethargic down on entry. A good lap 3 as well. 4 more corners on the run. And lap 3 only sees half a tenth of fall off from a 36.61 to a 36.66. So what's he going to finish this run off with? Is this the final practice before Josh Tucker tries to get himself back into the top 33? To the line he'll come. It's 39.777. Here's a look at David Graybill back on track doing some practice. Josh Tucker has indeed inserted himself into the queue. And David Grable got the memo and decided, you know what, let's try a high-speed pit entry. Don't think it went too well. So Josh Tucker will withdraw his time. Still waiting for Josh to move himself forward. Give it a few moments and see exactly how long this will take. There we go. And now, as he waits in the on-deck area, he will become qualifying attempt number 73, withdrawing his provisional 34th best time if he elects to leave pit lane. Josh, you may begin your qualifying run. So coming out is the number 12 for Team Watson Racing. Now building that momentum up, of course, for the warm-up lap that still is in front of him. He's already up above that 200-mile-an-hour threshold. Trying to make sure there are no such dramas for him on his second run in this qualifying session. And as he closes on the yard of bricks, doing a good job to make sure there are no dramas about 200 miles an hour, although there have been drivers that have cut this a lot closer. He is up above 330 kilometers an hour, just because that's the output my timing screen is giving me here today. So we get that full warm-up lap and now the blast for 10 miles as Josh Tucker tries to drop his teammate out of contention and put himself back into the field. 48.30, it's another extremely blisteringly fast warm-up lap out of the number 12 camp. Good first two corners. Now settle into the rhythm. Let the nerves settle down a bit. And so Josh Tucker will have a very tidy exit out of turn number 4. Complete lap number 1. The time being a 39.536. About half a tenth quicker than what we saw from him previously. As he flies on past the camera. Arced nicely through turn 3. That was very, very tidy. Across the line, halfway through the run now. Lap 2. 6:23. He's trending just in front of what he had before. And remember, he needed about 4 thousandths to his teammate. Good through 3. 5 corners still to go. Josh Tucker will punch in a third lap in qualifying of a 39.652. He's kept the fall off very minimal, and that's looking very promising when it comes to the average. For context, his lap 3 in the previous run, a 7:17. So he saved over 600ths compared to his run from yesterday. Out of the final corner on the run. Maybe a little bit pitchy through the mid part of 4. But building to the line and keeping it inside of a reasonable ballpark of fall off, he does indeed find his way forward and finds his way forward to the 29th position. He settled the nerves indeed, and Josh Tucker surely has locked himself into the field. Once again, we reopen the track for practice, and now if you're David Grable, you've got to start getting nervous. Great run from Josh Tucker there, who immediately jumps into the chat to express his delight. Clutch out of the number 12 for Team Watson Racing. It's what these events are all about, those storylines. Got a brief lull, I think, once again. But will Nagisa Yoshikawa show up, having to find about 200ths to close to Dylan Freckleton. And it's already heading into the night for Dylan. How is he feeling about his spot right on the bump line? Still, I think Evan Adams the one that will trigger more of a flurry. If he's able to get himself forward, then inevitably we will see more drivers out on track for qualifying runs. This is not a qualifying run, of course. This will just be a little bit of practice for David Grable out on track. We'll track him vaguely, but we'll keep it light and loose for the time being. Josh Tucker says he was shaking the whole time, and boy, do I believe it. So remember, as it runs right now, Tucker will actually line up 33rd. It'll be Mitch Welker and then Alex Russell on the 32nd and 31st grid spots as well. And then in front of them on row 10, Jason Brophy will line up on the very outside as the fastest car to have qualified on Sunday. This all provisional. A long way still to go. Michael Chin still yet to put an attempt in, even though he's been in the sessions and doing some practice. But the longer time expires and passes by, the less likely that seems to be. So Michael Peters as well. Remember, we're waiting for him. There's a handful more that could be out on track this evening. So it is only Graybill on track right now, and maybe that will change once Formula One comes to an end and maybe drivers head on track to get some race practice in an official race session. Graybill with a 39.51 on what was his first time lap in this qualifying run. .591 for Graybill on lap 2. Too much fall off for him to speak of. He's got to make that decision, I think, soon. If he wants to go himself or he wants to wait. I still think the better option would be to wait at this point. We'll see. We've got Freckleton at that first gauge of whether you really need to push anything or not. And you got to remember that 32nd in terms of qualifying classifications will become 27th or 28th when we talk of his actual starting spot. Might not seem like a lot, but in the 3-wide maze, could be important. So give yourself a little bit more to play with. David Graybill finishes the run with the 39.767, excuse me. Was a full 4-lap run out of the Scoworth car. So once again, we wait to see exactly what will happen. Still waiting for a qualifying queue. At least for a driver to enter the qualifying queue. Once again, a bit of a hold here at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway on bump day qualifying. David Grable having to make that decision. Does he want to run or not? As Josh Tucker has done the clutch thing and slotted himself into 29th overall in the qualifying classifications. Has put himself 200ths clear of the bump line as it sits right now. It's Dylan Freckleton on danger. After making the field in 2020 as a privateer, how's he feeling right now? You can also just look on that left side and see how close it is. Go from Jason Brophy in 8th with a 39.568 to give himself that spot. Go 200ths back, you're at 19th. Go 300ths back, you're at 23rd. A lot of things to think about, with 5,000 splitting 31st through 33rd on the bubble here in this qualifying session. So runs right now, of course, Phil Kraus, Brandon Traino, Christopher Demerit on the front three. And the starting front row of the grid. Malechka, Ormond, Olsen, row 2. Private label Team Hype / Team Talent. Team I5G as well as Powerslide all have representation on those front 2 rows, and now it includes the Indy Alliance Racing program, with Jesper Ormond moving forward to 5th in his one run in yesterday's session. Still have one more mandatory hold to come in about an hour's time when we switch over to the final session in the qualifying weekend. One final reset of the track conditions for drivers who do want to have a run, and we'll see how those final 2 hours will play themselves out. Of course, joining the party for the Open Wheels 500 celebrations, it's not just about going oval racing, it's also sometimes about turning right, and we've had some fun when it's come to the Open Wheels Grand Prix last Saturday. Adam Crane coming out on top there, and will look to become the one and only driver to be able to grab a victory in both the Grand Prix as well as the Open Wheels 500. Did have the one caution that led to a bit more chaos. But this new configuration released on iRacing a handful of months ago is, at least in my opinion, a much better racetrack than what we had before. David Grable will roll once again for another practice run. And this time he will do the full shebang and theatrics around it, stopping in the on-deck area, rolling off of the pit lane on a 60-second outlap. Remember, the gun for the end of qualifying will go off at 5:50 p.m. Eastern. Any qualifying run started before then are more than welcome to finish, but you may not start your run after that point forward. So our grid will get locked in, and we'll be able to talk you through the 33 drivers that will take to the field in 6 days' time. The Open Wheels 500-mile race, not on a Sunday this time around, it's on a Saturday. Again, pre-race coverage to begin at around 11:30 a.m. Eastern, 8:30 a.m. Pacific. Myself, Arjuna Kankipati, will be on hand for that, along with Lewis McLeod and Joey Tebben. Looking forward to a 3.5-hour race where we kind of just talk about things about life. Not too dissimilar to what it's been like here over these 16 hours of qualifying broadcast. But it's going to be an exciting time. More and more cars rolling on track. There's Evan Adams in the All-American iRacers, number 59. AJ Musselman is also on track right now. Yes, a handful of cars getting ready to go. Adams 39th. Evan wants to best his qualifying result from 2020, which was 40th, so might be thinking about the fact that we still got Cameron Bastian and Michael Chin in contention to put in a time. That might drop him potentially down to 41st. So remember, Mitch Welker out of the All-American iRacers camp has already locked himself in basically with that run into 25th earlier this morning. Matt Holliber still sitting in 30th. I think he's probably comfortable as he sits right now. And as we get 3 hours left to go, it is time continuing to tick away here on bump day in Open Wheels 500-mile race qualifying. After the full 8 hours yesterday for the pole day, which will Phil Krause lock himself in as the pole position winner for the race and be the only driver to be confirmed in next week's field. Today we confirm 32 more and we set the rest of our three-wide formation that will see us get underway. Michael Chin is back on track. Not sure exactly what his thoughts are about potentially heading out for a qualifying run. So Bastian, Chin, Musselman, and Adams all rolling around. Boise, I think I hopefully got that better for Joey Tebben, is in the session but has already used all 3 of his runs. There is Michael Chin. Looks like Evan Adams may have done a run in the session. That was not a bad run. He slows his car down. It's a 6.25 average apparently, so that would be more than good enough to get him up into 27th spot. But then you add the 10th of a second for the nerves, it becomes a 7.25. So it's on Adams to calm those nerves, calm those emotions. Michael Chin seems to have bailed on his practice. As Cameron Bastian builds up, he's used 2 of his runs so far, so he's still got 1 here today. Yet to get a time on the board. Talked earlier and talked yesterday with some of the drivers about the way the conditions will affect next week's race, and the fact that while track position will be important, it's maybe not as important as it was back in the month of May. Drivers, I think, will be hoping for some cautions as well to come and spice things up a little bit more. No guarantees of that. That is for sure. Alexander Russell's going to go again. I'm not really sure if there is any benefit for Russell to try and do another run. 6:14 is great, and ultimately the goal should be to be second of those that qualify on Sunday, because I don't see him getting up to Jason Brophy's 5:68, which is a very, very good time indeed. So maybe Alex Russell will just get some race practice in for the rest of the day as we check in with that satellite racing entry. Evan Adams is not sure if his run is good enough or not. As I try and peer pressure Evan into just sending it on a run. I think he is contemplating maybe trying to get more practice under his belt. I don't know about him, though, but my personal experience back in May was sometimes practice didn't help. And I found myself just overthinking and overdriving at a point. Sometimes it's just better to get it out of your system, see how it goes. Russell will bail out of that one. So we check in with Michael Chin, behind him Muscle Man. Getting towed around for the time being. So Russell, Chin, and Muscle Man on track. Just throwing some more rubber in there. You can see Russell last time by was a 41.156, so I do think this is going to be some race back and forth between the Muscle Man and Russell. Will be the story at the front of the field, the swap drafting back and forth, and it's important to get a good rhythm for it. Especially important actually to understand the other driver that you're swapping with, how they swap. Brandon Trano and Michele Costantini were saying that back in May they were, for whatever reason, able to swap about 1/10 of a second faster than any other combo inside of the Team I5G camp. So it is always something that you have got to keep your mind focused on and thinking about. And when your third car in line and, you know, being you're suffering so much, those are the things that you got to take advantage of when you can. So there's a little bit of importance. That's David Grable off the track. See if we can pick up what happened to him on this RaceSpotTV replay. Oh! Boom! Went the dynamite, I think is the best way to say that. Track is emptied out, by the way, again. No one in the qualifying queue, but no one on track either. So Grable will run for another practice here as we close on 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Just about to get past midday on the left coast of the USA. Officially now it is 3 p.m. on the East Coast. 2 hours and 50 minutes still left to play for these drivers of qualifying. So as David Grable powers around slowly, Michael Chin is starting to do the same as Cameron Bastian. So there are drivers queuing up all over the shop, including a certain Evan Adams, who is going to try another test run of his own. It's the warm-up lap for Grable on his run. Still yet to build up the speed. We might have a runner. We might indeed have someone heading out to track after Josh Tucker brought his Team Watson racing car back into the show. Nagisa Yoshikawa, I think, is thinking about doing the same. Grable heading back to the pit lane. Evan Adams, Michael Chin, and Bastian still on track. So Bastian slows his speed down. We'll wait for Michael Chin and Evan Adams to head on to the safety of pit lane as well. So we may begin these qualifying runs for Nagisa Yoshikawa. Michael, can you please return to the pit lane? The track is now closed. So we'll get Michael Chin on pit lane and we will get Yoshikawa queued up. So Yoshikawa maybe jumping the gun a little bit. So Yoshikawa withdraws a 39.686 when he will exit the pit lane. It's Dylan Freckleton that we'll be watching on nervously. You may begin your qualifying run. So here we go with yet another run. As Team Watson Racing looks to get another car locked into the field. Previous time now withdrawn. Yoshikawa will still have one attempt left after this, of course. It's 39.686 for Yoshikawa with a 5.71 lap 1, 6.00 lap 2, very little fall off, but then to a 7.16 and then to an 8.57. So that is what he has withdrawn and what he's looking to best as he begins the warm-up lap. One more lap to prepare himself for the 4-lap shootout. Mitchell Welker's like, good luck, but as long as you're behind me. We'll find out now. Yoshikawa out of turn 4. 16 turns left in front of him to complete the second run of 3 in qualifying that he is allowed. And he's underway once more. Up close with the wall. And down the back straightaway on this opening lap. Not much to say about lap 1 other than looks good. What will the time be though at the line? The true indicator. It's a 39.567, a marginal improvement over the previous time. Gonna have to find some more speed on these next 2 laps. And you have to remember how good lap 2 was with such little fall off. Out of turn 4 to complete half of the 4 laps. It's again a good one. It's again in the 5s. It's a 39.591 for Yoshikawa. He's up about 300ths right now compared to where he was at this point in the previous run. He needed 200ths to find his way forward. Lap 3 last time was a 7.16. Can he avoid bleeding over a 1/10 of a second? He can indeed. It's a great lap. It's a 6.46. Not use all the track on the exit of turn 2. How much is that car trying to pitch around on him? 667, the number to hit. Where Dylan Freckleton waits on the bubble. Yoshikawa will round the final corner in a nice, tidy, clean run. 16 corners later is their improvement. It's a 7.47 on the final lap. It's a 6.38 overall. And Yoshikawa will jump in front of Andrew Marquez. '28th now on the board for Yoshikawa. Dylan Freckleton sits on the outside looking in. That is a very good time from Yoshikawa with the 6.38. Starting to get spicy. Can Dylan Freckleton respond? First, though, can Cameron Bastian. No time for him just yet, and on to his final run. You may begin your qualifying run. The David Grable and Stefan Larkamp think they need to go. Cameron, can you? Yep. There we go. Was just about to double check. You have to be careful. You don't have unlimited time to leave the on-deck area. Team Watson Racing with Turn 4 Racing. Two of their cars have stamped their way forward. Can Bastian add himself to the mix? David Grable on a 39.664, maybe now not safe. He's been practicing all day. He's been practicing for this. Stefan Larkamp with a 6.62. Only 0.02 between those two. And Bastian will get to the line and get a warm-up lap started for what is going to be a nerve-wracking 4 laps. Got waved off before he even started the first run. Finished 3 laps in the second run before I think he hit the wall. Now just one final bite of the apple. 2 hours and 38 minutes left on bump day to lock in 33 for next weekend's Open Wheels 500. Here comes the number 86 to the line. And here he goes, getting started. So remember Yoshikawa on lap number 1. 5.67, Josh Tucker. A 5.36 amongst the TWR teammates. Can Bastian stand with them on lap 1? Let's find out. 6.11 on that first lap. 227.210 miles an hour. Got a bit of a queue starting to build. It's getting busy in qualifying again. Craig Forsyth on deck as he tries to go from 35th into the 33. But will he be trying to bump David Grable? Or will he be trying to bump Larkamp or maybe Bastian? Lap 2. 6.89. On the wrong side of the bubble right now. Gonna need to make sure these last 2 laps don't fall off too hard. He is faster than what his second run was up until lap 3. And by quite a bit faster as well. Four more corners after this. It sounds simple, it's not. We've seen that so far. Actually manages to find a bit of time on the penultimate lap. It's a 6.81. Is there hope? He'll need another 39.6 without a shadow of a doubt. But he's left himself in play coming into these final corners. Winding out of the final corner. And the Team Watson Racing number 86 will see the yard of bricks and see the checkered flag for qualifying. And it is a drop-off at the end. It is a 6.95, the final number. While Bastian will get himself onto the board. It's only good enough to see him into 35th. Next up, it'll be Craig Forsyth. In the number 33 that has been patiently waiting there. Evan Adams, by the way, is now down in 40th spot, where he finished 2020 Open Wheels 500 qualifying. So Craig Forsyth heads to the on-deck area. You may begin your qualifying run. So Craig Forsyth withdraws the 7.44 that he set yesterday. And will remove himself from the 36th position and try once more. We do officially have now more than 40 times on that left side. Can Forsyth find about 1/10 of a second? Is Dylan Freckleton still awake? I think that's a major question to think about. Larkamp is on standby if he's needed to run. Graybill is next in queue. Craig Forsyth will hit those yard or bricks just in the nick of time. Still building on this warm-up lap. Has Forsyth been able to find something in setup? That's been one of the major things over the course of the past day or so. Has he figured out anything in terms of driving as well? The 2 avenues you've got to find speed. Warm-up lap in the books. Attempt number 2 starts for Craig Forsyth. 33 car jinks its way up high. A bit of a jink again off the wall on turn 2 exit. Remember, 0.5 of a second splits 5th through 24th in these qualifying sessions to give you a marker of just how close it truly is. What's lap 1 going to be then for Craig Forsyth in this run? It's a 6.12. His previous best was a 39.672 on lap 1. David Grable has left the queue, by the way, so now the queue has been emptied. So 6.12 on lap 1. It was a 7.08 on lap 2 last time by. It's another good lap 2. This time a 6.48. Oh, but off the wall. That will cost momentum. We'll see the damage this time by at the line. He's down at 320. I think that's the attempt of going to be self-waved off. So Craig Forsyth withdraws his time and now is not on the board anymore. Will he immediately re-enter the queue? We're about to find out. If not, track will get reopened for practice in a moment's time. As we wait to see if anyone will blink. Will it be Evan Adams? Is it going to be Craig Forsyth, or is Michael Chin going to insert himself into that qualifying queue? No one stepping forward and sliding into line, so instead, track will get reopened. Here comes Graybill. So Demerit, Larkamp on track as well with Evan Adams. As I think Adams is trying to decide, is he going to go or not? So Demerit back out experimenting like a mad scientist, I'm sure. Oh, and maybe I'm not shocked. Dylan Freckleton responding. He'll get himself warmed up. And let's see if Freckleton can find the 0.003 of a second that he needs to catch David Graybill. Graybill and Larkamp have got to make sure they're practicing now, because with Freckleton back in the equation, Evan Adams in the mix as well, both could be bumped regardless of one of them. And then in the process of one of them trying to get back in, they may bump their teammate, so cannot sit around and rest. Dakota DiCienzo asking why hasn't Evan gone out today. I have a lot of answers, but I don't want to get myself in total trouble. I think Evan is still going to go. Evan says his target is to finish in front of 40th position. I think he's going to have to go in order to achieve that marker. A 1/10 of a second per lap splits the top 25 in the field. Dylan Freckleton winds up. There is Adams. Bit of a ghost contact with the wall. As it is quite busy on the exit of pit lane right now. Must be quite difficult to really get a proper understanding of the track, and that's why I think that with about 30 minutes before this session closes and the next one opens, drivers may be inclined to get themselves warmed up to go to enter the qualifying queue as soon as we move into that final session of qualifying. They'll get the cleanest track, they'll get a reset as it were. As bonk goes Evan Adams. That's the aftermath of the crash, but what happens to lead to the crash itself? Well, hard to know, I think is the answer there. Mitch Welker says that the reason that Dakota has not raced is not because Dakota doesn't have a wheel, it's because he's got a skill issue. However, as Dakota likes to point out, he has made both our Open Wheels 500 fields. He's also crashed in both of the Open Wheels 500 mile races until this year. I mean, Evan Adams is now saying that he believes why we see why he hasn't done run number 2. I'm just saying that that looked more like a technical issue to me. I'm just saying. All right, David Grable has joined the queue once more. I think he is not electing to wait around. The track is closed for practice. Just making sure all drivers have got the memo as we wait for Alex Russell, AJ Musselman and Shane Coogan to dive to pit lane. And we see what David Grable and now Evan Adams have got in store for us. As we see a bit of a drag race going on between Russell and the Muscle Man. We queue up David Grable to run. Skowers running 32nd and 33rd. Larkamp in the Alcantech NHR Esports affiliated Skowers car. David, you may begin your qualifying run. I don't think he actually waited for me there, but it's okay. Remember, 60 seconds on that outlap. Goers sees Grable at the line at the minimum speed and with no drama, and so now it's all about setting up for the next one, when the run truly begins. So his previous time comes off the board. It means back into the field provisionally for Dylan Freckleton. And David Grable will begin his 4 laps. It's run number 2 for him. He's been waiting all day. So what will the time be for Grable then at the line? So 39.549 on lap number 1. What was his previous best lap 1, you ask? 39.552, 3 thousandths faster on the opening cycle. Can he keep up that momentum? That's the question. David Grable is having a few technical issues. Evan Adams has said he's having similar sort of connection things going on as well, so not ideal circumstances, to put it mildly. 6.62 on lap number 2 for Grable. Has lost time, though, to his previous run. It was a 6.37 when he ran yesterday in the afternoon. Have at one more trip around IMS left after this, the penultimate lap in this run. Looking for another 39.6 if he can, but it slips to a 7.07 on the penultimate lap. The average has gone to a 6.39. It needs to be a good final trip around. Committed through turn 1 and committed through turn 2 as well. He's not lifting if he doesn't have to from here, without a shadow of a doubt. Was there a scrape against the wall? You heard it, at the very least. Has it slowed some momentum? As out of the final corner, David Grable powers his number 5 to the line. And looking to the timing stand, it's a good final lap. It's going to be a 6.64 average. Now, what was his previous one? It was also a 6.64. David Grable finds is it improvement or not? That will be the question. It's a 226.909, the average speed now on this run. Before it was a 226.906, 0.003 miles an hour difference there for David Grable. Still in, however, he has not moved himself forward, be it in positions, be it in speed. And now the domino heads out. Evan Adams was expected to be the one that may set off a chain of pit stops through the end of the day. Let's see if that will be the case. You may begin your qualifying run. And Evan Adams is, like we said, is having those same technical issues as a certain David Grable was. Here he goes. So 2 of their cars, Mitchell Welker and Matt Holliber, inside of the top 31. Can Evan Adams join them, although these are suboptimal conditions, to put it mildly. Grable reporting similar sort of issues, of course, on his end, not just from what we are seeing in terms of the pictures. How does that impact your driving? You need 16 perfect corners. It sounds simple, but by gosh, it's not. That's not going to help him, that's for sure. Don't forget Classic IndyCar Series 500 coming to a close, about 15 laps to go, with Henry Bennett at the front of the field. With the warm-up lap complete, Evan Adams gets underway. 10 miles. It's the target. Jesper Ormond saying that he eyes a little bit more downforce configuration now on the All-American iRacers number 59. A bit more downforce, maybe a bit more confidence. Good opening lap. Steady and tidy. But in terms of lap time, how does that get represented? 39, 5.84 on lap number 1 for Evan Adams. That's a 1/10.5 quicker than lap number 1 in his previous attempt yesterday. Remember the target, an average of a 6.64. Here comes lap 2. Minimal fall off. Is the downforce helping? Again, a little bit of ghost contact with the wall. As long as he's okay, that's all that matters. Oh, I'm stressed for Evan, as I think people are watching along. Continues to just scrape air down the wall. But what's the lap time? The true indicator of speed. A 6.02 last time. A 6.61 this time. But into the wall! He was in the playing field, but on the final lap, Evan Adams has wrecked into turn number 1. I'm sure that one will hurt. But don't forget, he will get one more attempt if he elects to use it. It was just a slow roll up the wall as the car chased away from him. And once he hit the wall, it was all but done. The end of that run. I think the silence says enough. Will anyone elect to enter the queue, or are we going to reopen the track for a bit? I think David Grable has seen enough, at least for the time being. It'll be Christopher Demerit that will roll for a bit of practice as the track gets reopened. But the drama of Indy and qualifying here once again on full display. Rolling off with Alexander Russell as well. Lots of drama in Formula One today. Lots of drama here on track as well. I'm enjoying just scrolling through my Twitter feed, by the way. It is always interesting post Formula One. That's without a doubt. So with Evan Adams now having his time off the board, I think it means that we wait for Dylan Freckleton to be the next to enter the qualifying queue and to try and fight his way back forward. He has also got two more runs left under his belt. Like Demerit's done with whatever he was testing. It's Michael Chin still waiting to see if he is going to even try a run. I think that's a storyline to think of as well. It's just the fact that Michael Chin has been putting in a bunch of practice attempts over the course of the day, but don't actually have an official time for him. Freckleton. Alexander on track as well. Larkamp trying to, I think, decide if he's going to try and go again. So in about 10 minutes time, qualifying again, we'll take a brief pause. Switch on over to the final server of the day. And the queue will play itself out. Will Evan Adams go again? Will Dylan Freckleton jump in front of Graybill and Larkamp? Will they be forced to run again? Is Michael Chin going to put in a time? Henry Bennett has just claimed the Classic IndyCar Series 500. He'll be lining up, of course, back in 12th next Saturday. So on track, Muscleman, I think, doing some race runs along with Shane Coogan, Hugo Olsen, and then Henry Bennett. But we do have Russell, Adams, Larkamp, all on track, doing more qualifying work, at least for the time being. I say time being because who knows how things will change. So you got a 3-car train with Russell actually now doing race stuff rather than qualifying stuff. My mistake. Has Hugo Olsen, the defending race winner, behind, and then Christopher Demerit in the 144 for Team I5G chasing him down as they all just see what each other has and they work in dirty air, play with some in-car adjustments, front and rear anti-roll bar, as well as the weight jacket to play around with, of course. Almost into those final 2 hours, though, of this qualifying. It's been a long 2 days, that's for sure. And shortly we'll know the field of 33. Freckleton and Adams, excuse me, are still definitely working on the qualifying stuff. Larkamp potentially as well. And not seeing any moves on display from Olsen or Demerit as they run behind the Starlight Racing car. There was a big checkup there. Not sure if Russell was saying, look, you guys lead for a bit as well so I can see how my car is, but whatever the case may be, they're going to be joined by AJ Musselman at the back, and Rashad Craig is rolling off of pit lane and may choose to join them as well. There's a pass as Olsen takes the point of the queue. There is Rashad Craig, who's trying to slot into line. Going to be an interesting week with these teams and drivers as they get set for the race. Unsure exactly how hard they will choose to push various elements. You've got to explore as much as possible in terms of strategy, setup, development, and options that you have. almost into those final 2 hours. From here, the tension will rise. Olsen will drop to the back. And now try and deal with even more dirty air. It's an important thing to do. Nice little train going on right now. So the queue officially, I think, will be paused as we get set for that final session in qualifying. Take a 10-minute break or so in a couple of moments. Be back to round out qualification weekend coverage. No one practicing too many pit stops, which I'm a bit surprised by, given some of the trouble that we have seen in pit stops over the years in this open wheels 500-mile race. Don't forget the best part of the action yesterday, by the way, which was when we saw David Porcelli with the best of the best warm-up laps you can ever have, the elusive 42.069. now at the point where drivers cannot start a run without coming across the time limit in this session. So if anyone puts themselves forward into the queue, they'll carry forward to about 4:10 p.m. Eastern, when qualifying queue will reopen and start to be processed once more. Still just working at the front of the field, testing in dirty air. Christopher Demerit has been delighted to sit where he is. Demerit will dive and practice a pit lane entry, as a fan gets a great view of what's going on. AJ Musselman also behind, practicing that pit lane practice. So still got Graybill, I think, doing some qualifying testing, deciding if he wants to go or not, as he sits on the bubble. Coogan, Ormond, and Brazil, the ones doing some race testing as it sits right now. It's quite late for Dylan Freckleton, coming up on around 9-10 p.m. for him. Will he be able to get back into the show? 3,000ths off what David Graybill has done, not once but twice now. Consistency for Graybill at the very least. It's 39.664. That sees him as the final car in the field. Marco Brazil looks to the inside of Jesper Ormond as they battle through turn one. Just getting a better indication of how the track's going to race, what they need to do to set themselves up. I'm going to step aside for a few moments here on RaceSpotTV. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with uninterrupted coverage as we run to the very end of qualifications weekend. The 2022 Open Wheels 500-mile race back in 2022. Welcome back to the final stages of qualifications weekend, the 2022 Open Wheels 500-mile race here live on RaceSpotTV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, getting set for what's going to be an exciting hour and 40 minutes as the field of 33 is locked in. We've already got a driver in the qualifying queue. Craig Forsyth will be the first driver to head out onto the track, and it's going to be exciting to see exactly what he's got in store for us. You can see on the left side of the screen the qualifications results as they stand right now. We've had more than 39 attempts to set a time. However, quite a few have had issues, including Craig on his last run just a handful of moments ago. In that previous qualification session, he will go for the third and final time here in just a few moments' time. So Craig Forsyth, the only driver currently scheduled to be in the queue. But if he's in, expect the likes of Graybill and Larkamp to have to respond. Dylan Freckleton is on standby. On the outside looking in, 3,000ths behind Graybill in 33rd. Trying to fight his way forward. So Craig Forsyth reaches the on-deck box and gets ready to be launched out in qualifying. He will be the 80th qualification attempt we've had in total over the 2 days. It's been a very quiet one today. We had 65 or so yesterday, only 15 or so over the course of the day here so far. Craig, you may begin your qualifying run. Craig Forsyth has been given the command to roll, and he will begin on his outlap. He has 60 seconds to wind his way around. And then after that, he must hit the line at the Yard of Bricks at 200 miles an hour. And maintain 200 as a minimum speed over the course of the lap. So Craig Forsyth will get himself up to speed. He's not the only one that thinks they are somewhat confident. Just seen a message from Evan Adams somewhere saying that he thinks he can do this. Remember, he crashed in his previous attempt on the final lap of the run when it was trending quite well. See how it goes as we continue to build, though. 32nd through 34th, split by 5,000ths of a second, half a hundredth of a second. The outlap, the warm-up lap rather, a 41.932 for Craig Forsyth. What will lap one hold in store? And the final blast that the Forsyth Esports racing machine will have. Remember, 3 runs allotted over 3 days, over 2 days rather, for the drivers. What's lap one going to be on the board? For Craig Forsyth, it will be a 6.04. A little better than his previous attempt, which ended in a crash, which was already a significant improvement over the first attempt. On board at the very front end of the car. Looking planted to the ground as it turns in, but these first 2 laps are not the most difficult. A little high out of the groove, but no major drama for Forsyth through half the run. Well, lap 2 be then. Can he stay in the 6s? He can. It's a 6.77. He's dropped off a little bit more than he did the last run. But is he saving a little bit more of the tire? A bit wibble wobbly and loose off 2. By no means looking uncomfortable, you'd have to say. 6 corners left. Down below the white line, looking very smooth, using the headwind to his advantage at turn 3. He's got 2.5 miles left to run a clean lap, and that will be qualifications done. It's another 39.6. He's on the right side, but just. Can Craig Forsyth scavenge a miraculous lap 4 out of the bag? That right rear tire has taken a pounding. What does it have still left to give? Looked good out of the final corner. How's he done? 7.64. And for Craig Forsyth, it will not be enough to make the field of 33. It was a valiant effort, but it is only good enough for 35th when all things are said and done. So with about 90 minutes to go, not exactly sure what to expect here. Josh Tucker, I think, is ready to go and do some practice with a 6:45, putting him in 30th right now. Will Evan Adams want to run? Does Dylan Freckleton want to have a run? Niall McBride asks, what's the deal with Steele? Well, the deal with Steele is he's tried thrice, and he's 39th. He did have that final run, of course, but it was a big slide on lap 3 that compromised him. But ultimately, not finishing the first 2 laps is really what would have hurt him the most. So no one putting themselves forward in the queue just yet. Track does get opened to the drivers for practice. Freckleton will try and get, I think, a lap under his belt, a run under his belt. So Larkamp also heading out, I think just trying to make sure he's safe. So it is going to get busy here in the closing stages, I think, for some. Drivers not doing Q practice, though, have been requested to not interfere with those that have stuff to focus on. We want the track to be open. Some of these drivers have got to worry about locking themselves into the field, while Demerit, Ormond, Olsen, as an example, all have the luxury of knowing they are comfortable. Grable's also out there doing some Q runs. All because this man Dylan Freckleton is out there and trying to get ready to go. See a question about the states of some of these drivers. It's hard always to know as well, because iRacing Club is not always indicative of where these drivers are from, so you never know. Niall McBride can speak from experience about how much nervousness will be coursing through those sets in P33. I think Evan Adams as well. He's not in the session right now, but he's the one that may end up starting the dominoes instead of Freckleton, I think. Freckleton, Tucker, Grable, and Ormond on the track right now. Trying to learn something or another. Ormond, the only one of those not really embroiled in the fight. So remember, Josh Tucker qualified today. 6:45 is his time. But if Larkamp, Grable, and Freckleton all find 200s, then not only is Tucker on the cusp, Matt Holliber is on the cusp as well, and we haven't seen him all day today. So I'm not sure if he knows that he may have to get back out there. Freckleton finishes another run as Josh Tucker leaves for another practice. I think bails out of that one. Here's David Graybill. because Dakota DiCienzo has requested me specifically to say this. I'll just make sure that I say it properly. Go Minnesota, go! Sounds like a close game. With 2 seconds left on the clock, it's tied. Oh boy, that sounds like a close game. Bride talks about how the mental strength is important. Yeah, agreed. I think the nerves, again, people talk about losing a tenth between their practice runs and then their runs in sessions. I mean, being able to put that aside is something only that you can do. Freckleton again, up to speed on another run. Let's track his progress over the 4. Dakota DiCienzo not happy with my chant. I'm just saying, Dakota, you actually wanted me to say that as the commentator's curse. So that's really what you wanted me to say. Freckleton lap 1, 4.81. Good sign for him. Freckleton does have 2 runs to use, don't forget, so as long as he uses one with enough time to spare and there isn't too many cars queuing up behind him, he'll be all right. Shane Coogan on track as well. After a good run for him, he's in 22nd. Here's Josh Tucker again. Trying to see if we can figure out where Matt Holliver is. Now we know Nagisa Yoshikawa has already run once today, but I'd be shocked if the bubble was going to be up at the 6.4s. Get the feeling 6.5 will end up being where we go. Minutes left to go here. Mitch Welker says that he got up early and did his run without telling the team to avoid the pressure. Well, it worked quite well for him up in 25th. 39.619 is a very strong time. Still no one in this queue since Craig Forsyth ran. Here's AJ Musselman leaving pit lane. It's right on cue, by the way. Evan Adams has not just joined this race session, ready to go, I think, for qualifying, but Dylan Freckleton will close the track for qualifying. As he gets ready to try and send it one more time. Oh, there's Matt Hollibus standing by. Fire breathing. 3:13 will get ready to go in qualifying. Second time we'll have seen Dylan Freckleton in a qualifying run here in 2022. Dylan, you may begin your qualifying run. And away Dylan goes. So once again, withdrawing the previous time. In fact, this is Dylan Freckleton's final attempt. I forgot about that. He did do 2 attempts yesterday. That is why he has been a lot more cautious about when he goes out. That explains a lot. So it's this or it's it. No drama on the outlap timer, now maintaining 200 miles an hour around the warm-up lap. Trying to go as slow as possible and not put too much load into those Firestone tires. Here we go. Freckleton for 4 laps to try and get back into the show after doing so back in 2020. Dylan Freckleton on lap 1 with a 39.464. He has very much found some good speed on that opening lap compared to the 39.5s from yesterday. Lap 2, it's a 39.568, so there is a bit of fall off. However, it's manageable so far. Remember, 664, the magic number. No one else yet inserting them into themselves into the queue, but you know Larkamp and Grable are thinking about it. It'll all come down to what happens in these next 2.5 miles. 4 more corners for Freckleton in qualifying. And lap 3 is a 6.85. It's starting to slip, but still within reach. Can he punch himself into the 39.61s and truly put himself in the comfort zone? Out of turn 4 on the final lap, it is always the toughest, but Freckleton holds on and powers to the line, looking to get back to the show. It's a drop off on the final lap, but it's good enough for 31st. David Graybill now on the outside looking in, as with the pressure on his shoulders, Dylan Freckleton delivers. Dylan Freckleton, 31st. But now can Graybill respond? And in turn, will Larkamp be able to respond? It's not over. Not by any means. No one in the queue. Track has been reopened, and drivers already in the show have been asked to allow those looking to make it to the big show to have a little bit of clean air. One-thousandth between Josh Tucker and Dylan Freckleton in terms of the average lap times. And the bubble getting closer and closer to that 39.65 number. Hugo Olsen, defending race winner, says this is fun to watch. Don't think it's so fun, Hugo, if you're behind the wheel of one of those cars, still struggling to ensure they're locked in. It's getting real now. Adams up to speed. Remember, through 3 laps it was fine, until it was not. The way it tends to work sometimes. So if David Graybill is able to get into the 6.4 somethings, means that setup has got more in it. Remember, Marquez may be showing the potential with a 39.639. We've seen Marquez, though, wrangle some pretty wild beasts in the Monday Night iRacing IndyCar Open broadcast, including that one at Richmond where he put it on pole in front of some of the top drivers in the field. Hugo Olsen is right. He started on the last row back in 2019. Even if this is not your year, you're learning, you're growing. Maybe the year after is the one where you explode your way forward. That's what we saw from Hugo Olsen in a year he joined up with Powerfly Motorsports. Josh Tucker with a 39.491. It's a good lap one. Not really sure if he's going to need to try and withdraw his time. Looks like we got a few more drivers in the queue. I seem to have hit a sore spot on Andrew Marquez talking about Richmond. I don't mean to hit a sore spot because it was only that one caution that really changed things around and let Adam Blocker have a chance for him to get his way through. I do think at the very least Michael Peters and David Grable both going to be queued in. Track has been closed. We'll get the drivers off the track and get a car in our queue. I think from now we aren't really going to know how much this track is still going to be open. The track is now closed for practice, as Josh Tucker will come across the line. So Michael Peters for Peters Motorsports will be up. So after Peters, David Grable up in queue as well, and then maybe Evan Adams and maybe Stefan Larkamp, all in that order. You may begin your qualifying run. Breaks the pit road line and the 60-second countdown will start. After Michael Peters, it is going to be David Grable and then immediately Evan Adams. So like we said, it is going to start to get a little bit busy from here. So Peters will get to the line in time and 200 miles an hour to maintain from this point forward. No time on the board for Peters currently, so if he can work his way into the mix. What's it going to mean for the rest of those in contention? About 60 minutes to go, and then the gong will go and no more attempts will be allowed. Peters begins the 4 laps. 41.392, the warm-up lap speed. Works out at 217 miles an hour. Say hello to Ben Fuller, who is in our YouTube chat. So lap 1 for Michael Peters will be a 39.550. It's a good start. How's it going to trend from here? A little bit loose on the exit of 2, chasing the car through those opening 2 corners on lap 2. Eight corners down, 8 to go. 39.625 for the second lap. It's already trending in that wrong direction. Been tidy so far, no major drama, and I think that's important to have a stable run because Peters will have another one if he wants to. Across the line, start what will be the final lap, and it's a 39.782, so is already on the wrong side. You would think of the number, will need to get back into a 39.6 to be able to bring this back. To the wall, and I think he may have hit it, but he will finish the run to be classified after 10 miles, although it is going to putter to the line. It's a 41.293. Not sure if there was damage, unfortunately, on his car. Michael Peters will be done with his first full qualifying run here in this Open Wheels 500-mile race. David Graybill going to be up next on the outside looking in. And this should be his final attempt of the day. After 2 identical attempts so far, David Graybill will get a chance to try and improve, albeit slightly. It's all he needs, a slight marginal improvement. You may begin your qualifying run. As there was an engine that exploded. Fortunately, it was not David Graybill's. Might have been AJ Musselman's engine that just expired on pit lane there. Doesn't matter. Here we go. If Graybill gets back into the 33, it will be his teammate Larkamp that gives way. It was AJ Musselman to confirm whose engine went boom. He heard it in the other room. That is an engine that will rest in pieces. Here we go, though, almost to those final 60 minutes of qualifications. And those nervy moments for those on that bubble. Warm-up lap now begins for Graybill as he conditions the car. Ben Fuller draws our attention to a certain Formula One team car, manufacturer car that was on pit lane there. That went up in flames last night. It's right on board with Graybill. Watch the hands as he sets up out of 4 to begin the 4 laps. Inside of the aero screen we ride. 42.130 on the opening warm-up lap for Graybill. Tidy so far. 2 corners out of 16 down. Continues to look quite good for the number 5. What will the first lap time be, though? It is his fastest first lap of the weekend. It is a 39.545, 227.589 miles an hour. .662, the magic number for David Graybill to hit. One of our rookies in the field. Out of the Great Plains region. And one of a handful of SCOAS entries currently trying to add to their numbers. Lap 2. It's consistent, and that's the best thing possible. It's still in the 39.5s. It's a 5.98. Graybill threatening to bump his teammate out. And it continues to be very, very close at the front. 59 minutes to go. Lap 3, and we see some fall off. It's to a 7.17. The average is up to a 6.20. It's time to just throw it at the wall. But David Graybill, one final corner in qualifying, a bit nervy through 3. Still upwards of 360 kilometers an hour out of the final corner. And to the yard of bricks running to finish off this qualifying run. It's another 39.7. It's a 7.49. A 6.52 is enough to bump his teammate. David Graybill is back in the show, albeit temporarily. So Evan Adams will be next up for his third and final attempt in qualifying. Trying to at least put himself on the board once again. Evan, you may begin your qualifying run. So here we go. All-American iRacers number 59, trying to make it into the show. I saw a question about Stefan Larkamp. He does have one more run left if he wants to go for it. I can't imagine the nerves right now. And to be quite honest, I don't want to imagine the nerves right now. It is the 83rd qualification attempt over the course of this qualifications weekend. And as Evan Adams winds his car up, he's got 5 laps to get back into the top 33. If he makes it in, it's then his teammate Matt Hollabo that's on the bubble. Does that weigh on your mind at all? It shouldn't, but does it? A bit loose through 3. Evan Adams is ready to go in qualifying for the final time. One of the faster warm-up laps that we've seen at a 41.120, almost a 220 mile an hour on average. He's thrown a little bit more downforce onto that car, of course. That's what Jesper Ormond had noticed. Is it going to be enough to give him the result that he's looking for? Steady opening lap. What will the time show for Adams? It's a 39.554 on his opening lap. It is by far the best lap number 1 that Adams has had. 300ths faster than the run that ended on lap 4 about an hour or so ago. The target is 6:52, but by no means will that be safe. It's still in the 39.5s. It's a 5.94. You can hear the tires screaming out on this third lap. He's on the right side of the target right now. It's the next lap that might produce the most anxiety, though. 4 more corners for Adams. It's a 6.69 at the line. He survives the corner where he wrecked on the previous run. And now out of 2, has 2 more corners to deal with. If he can keep it in the 39.6s, surely a spot in the top 30 is Adams for the taking. A big wiggle out of turn 4, but how much time will it lose the number 59? It's definitely not going to be in the 6s. It will be a 6.62. It will tie Stefan Larkamp in terms of the time. However, it will be not good enough, unfortunately, for Evan Adams to make his way into the show. A valiant effort, classified in front of Larkamp by the narrowest of margins. 0.003 miles an hour in terms of the average speed. So next up, Stefan Larkamp will try. Michael Peters giving us word there was no wall on lap 4. He ran out of fuel, which is an F indeed. Explains the slow speed as well. So it's the number 62 Alcantech NHR Esports entry that will look to roll. The final car in this particular hour of this qualifying session. You may begin your qualifying run. So here we go once again. What does Larkamp have? If your heart isn't fluttering a little bit, are you really watching bump day qualifying? Larkamp's got to be careful. Cannot afford to fall afoul of that pesky timer. 'Cause it's not going anywhere, that's for sure. Just in the nick of time at the line, and now repair himself for the 4 laps. No one left in queue after this, but is Marshall Stanley thinking about another go? 39.985 for him. Maybe Michael Peters will have another go and hopefully not run out of fuel on his trip out of turn 4 on the final lap. So Larkamp begins. The prize a place in the big show, but at the cost of David Grable's chance to fight. The bump has come down to 39.65, right around where maybe some expected that bubble to be. It looks so simple from the outside, but it is anything but. What will lap 1 be for Larkamp then? So 39.523. So he grabs a decent first lap. By far the best of his first laps as well. Lots of drivers finding some improvements. Evan Adams had one hope, and that was the best, his qualifying effort from 2020, and at the very least he has done that. He'll be proud of that qualifying effort. Lap 2 for Larkamp. Is he going to stay in the 5s? He will, at 39.595. So far the average, 227.5 miles an hour. We're right on board with the 62. Still looks like he's got plenty of grip right now. But into the wall! And that's Larkamp's hope stashed! It was trending well, but trying to keep the foot in the throttle. Stefan Larkamp is out of the Open Wheels 500. Well, with that, is it qualifying done? Marshall Stanley doesn't appear like he's going to head out onto track. And 34th on back are out of runs. Michael Peters might have one. How much improvement would he be able to find? What an emotional roller coaster over the last day or so. We have 47 minutes still left before we can confirm anything. But I do think we have a field of 33. Now Michele Costantini, of note, feeling under the weather for this qualifications weekend. Big storyline about Christian Steele missing out as well in that i5G machine. Qualifying on Saturday for him just not going the way that he would have wanted. See if anyone joins the queue in the next handful of minutes, or if we're going to get some drivers sent out onto track. Track is officially opened up, so we'll get cars back on track to close out the session. Oh, we've seen it a handful of times. Started with Rodrigo Franzoni yesterday, burned through all 3 of his runs. Then Christian Steele was the next to fall. 2 big, heavy hitters. And now today, a handful more. I found out just how cruel Indianapolis can truly be. Next Saturday is what it's all about, though. Let's not forget, as much as we've enjoyed our focus on this, the reality is there's only one thing that matters, and that is walking away the winner of the 2022 Open Wheels 500-mile race. Green flag drops at 11:45 a.m. Eastern on November the 19th. Join us here live on RaceSpotTV for full and uninterrupted coverage. I'll be joined, myself, Arjuna Kankipati, will be joined by Lewis McLeod, as well as the wonderful Joey Tebben for that one. Don't forget that if any of the drivers want to have a quick chat, we are standing by and willing and eager. Got another 44 minutes or so to kill before we finish things up. So the margin between Phil Kraus is a 39.521 average. Back to David Graybill is just over 1/10 of a second per lap, 39.652. In terms of average speed, 227.727 miles an hour for the one and only Phil Kraus, 226.973 miles an hour for David Graybill. It's almost 0.7 of a mile an hour. Fuel windows about 33 laps in clean air, and potentially more if you're saving fuel. Or rather 30 to 31 laps, up to 33 if you're saving some fuel. So strategy is always important. So often we see races at Indianapolis become fuel-save races. It's what was happening in the month of May until cautions turned things on their head. And we suddenly had shootouts to the end, a 1-lap shootout at the very end. It's Marco Brazil out on track getting some practice in right now. I guess we have the potential for Michael Chin to still come and throw his hat into the ring, but it seems increasingly unlikely as it plays right now. He is in the session though, and he's actually just connected to the session. So, is there the chance for him to try and fight his way in? Would be a shame to not get a full run out of Michael and see exactly where he's stacked up. A great look up at that pagoda. Got the podium off to the left-hand side. It's where everyone will want to be at the close of November 19th. It's a small cash prize pool, of course, on the line for drivers. There's also the matter of the milk bottle, custom milk bottle for the race winner. A tradition started, of course, and that has persisted. Hugo Olsen sent his across the pond to land up in Sweden. Michael Chin is indeed heading out on track, by the way, so we will see. There is going to be a twist in the tail. Not sure there will be, though, to be completely honest. Just one of those intuition things. So Chin rolls with Graybill also on track right now. As I think Michael Chin was trying to slow down because he saw David Graybill was coming. David Graybill was trying to ensure that he didn't interrupt Michael Chin's qualifying practice. So Graber will roll back down to pit lane as Chin will go again. See how the run goes for him. In terms of on-track action through the week, it's not that much of it. We do have the practice on Wednesday, of course, for the drivers. That will not be shown live anywhere, but drivers will get that opportunity to go out onto the track together and get a benchmark of times. And it'll just build until Saturday. Back live on RaceSpotTV. It's as simple as that. 40 minutes until the gun will go off. Gun/gong, as I've been calling it, because it sounds more amusing to imagine someone there, the big old gong, having to smack it. But yeah, Adams, Forsyth, Bastian, Cabral all used all three of their runs, along with Steele. Gavin Smith and Marshall Stanley seem unlikely to head out with limited time playing in the session. Michael Chin works his first lap of this practice run. You can hear the sound of another engine. That is Marco Brazil. Michael Chin bails on this one too. Check over with Marco. Qualified himself into 17th. Oh, bit of a wall bang there. Brazil into the wall yet again. Just pushing the limits and finding them. That's what practice is for. The good thing is you don't have to pay the crash bill. Maybe it's good as well that you don't have an angry pit crew to come and try and get after you. So we watch Michael Chin build up once again. As Evan Adams chimes in to say, well, if you break a bone on a direct drive wheel, you might have to pay a bill for crashing. Yes, that's true. Although now I've realized the joke that I want to make is probably not something that I will say on broadcast. Because again, I'll get in trouble for it. Here's the thing people don't remember with commentators. We have to not swear when we're commentating, so we make sure we swear as much as we can when we're not on air. It's as simple as that. It's why we're very careful about hot mics when we're live. Very, very careful. I've had instances where the producer will come and say, you guys know you've been clear for like 3 minutes. I'm like, okay. "35 minutes left in this qualifying session." So David Grable and Evan Adams have ended up being separated out by 1/100th between the two of them. It shows just how fine the margins are. Adams had a pretty steady qualifying run, you'd really have to say. His average speed was 226.920. David Grable averaged out at 226.973. So it's still just Marco Brazil and Michael Chin running around on track. Michael Peters had jumped into the paddock to say that still trying to keep up the lap 4 speed. We haven't really talked about it too much, but track conditions have been constant basically across the 2 days. The only difference that we've had is the amount of rubber on the track, which gets reset every 2 hours, and then drivers go back out there and add back to it. And then the only difference between yesterday and today is yesterday we raced on the 21st of May in the virtual world. Today it's the 22nd of May. Just like you would in the real world. Trying to get a few drivers to come and hop in and have a quick chat. Let's see if Christopher Demerit is here and standing by. Chris, you got a copy with us?
I got a copy.
So we saw you today doing a bit of practice, and I say practice, going out there and practicing crashing, it seemed like. But of course, today was very much about you just watching on, knowing you'd be starting on the outside of the front row. What have you noticed today on bump day compared to what we saw yesterday in terms of these qualifying driving?
There's definitely a lot more nerves, and it doesn't help that instead of having 30 people going, all eyes are on maybe 10 cars, and you got to figure out when they're going to go. So it's they know that all eyes are looking on them. So there's a little bit more pressure there, especially because they're definitely not safe. But it looks like it's mostly played out. There's a lot of people who have done their 3 attempts, which is that third attempt's always scary.
I'm trying to remember how your 2020 qualifying went, and I honestly cannot remember off the top of my head. Did you have to use all 3 attempts back in 2020?
I don't think
so.
I think I did 1.
I feel like you did 1 then as well, and I feel like 2019 I don't remember because that was before my time, but you probably did the same.
I don't remember.
How do you deal with the nerves, though, on that first lap? It was a question I asked someone earlier. Surely just the experience of having done so many competitive runs with this qualifying process, it must just help settle the nerves just a little bit more.
Yeah, no, definitely. It helps a little bit that, in addition to all the 500 qualifying formats I've done, to kind of know how to get into a groove. And also, you don't need to be absolutely perfect like you might in May. You can leave a little bit off the table as long as you actually complete the running into the field.
Fair.
You don't have to worry about whether you dropped 100th on lap 3 or not, or anything else. You just kind of have to get the run done and get a time in and on the board, and then check all the other times to see if you can go again or not.
as we look forward, I will ask you, did you actually learn anything from your crashing today out on track?
I don't know if you've caught on to this, but there's been some different interesting setup options, and it might be apparent from just the fall off of different cars.
Yes.
So I was trying to look into that. I didn't learn too much. Not for lack of trying. But I didn't want to make too much of a mess out there.
Fair enough, because there was messes made, that is for sure. Thanks for the quick chat, Chris. Appreciate the time. Great qualifying weekend, and well, best of luck for next Saturday.
Yep, thanks.
Chris DeMerit joining us in the RaceSpotTV commentary booth. Now, standing by next was Evan Adams, but we have to see if Evan has got a copy on us. Evan, do you hear us?
Well, yes, a couple of attempts, and we all saw how they turned out for me on broadcast TV.
I mean, you said you had one goal, which was to better your qualifying performance from 2020. You did that at the very least.
Yeah, it's an improvement, obviously. It's an improvement, but you already are wondering, man, I just wish I could have done it better. And what was so heartbreaking, or maybe poetic in a way, is I didn't have this issue in turn 4 at all in any of my practice attempts. You saw what my issues were. It was turn 1. It was turn 1. And then I come turn 4, lap 4, and I'm thinking, I'm so close. And then the car slides, and I just go, no, no.
Without that slide, do you think you were tracking to make it into the field?
I mean, it comes down to driver quality. I think that the people who are currently in this race, and heck, even those who have qualified, are the best of the best in the IndyCar community. The people here, they put in effort, they put in a heck of a show. I mean, really, at the end of the day, I can say setup, but it really comes down to the driver. As you've been saying over and over, 10 miles. You have 10 miles to make it count. I made it count for 9 3/4, and the last quarter of the mile just ended it for me.
I'm just saying you made it a lot further than I did in most of my qualifying runs. And of course, A, you've got 2 teammates in the field that you'll be looking to back up, I'm sure, from strategy, but 2, you're the first alternate. If there's any driver that's not in the race, Evan, you're still in the big show, and you'll be there on Saturday in the session waiting to see if you hit the track or not.
I mean, I would like to race, but I don't have to race because the people in the field are the best of the best, and I certainly look forward to Saturday, especially with my teammate Mitch Welker and Matt Halleberg both making the field. At the moment, if I don't get called up to race, I'll probably be on the pit box for Matt for 200 laps and hopefully be there at the end.
Absolutely. Evan Adams with a valiant attempt in qualifying. It will be 34th, at least provisionally for him. We'll step on over to Alexander Russell, who had a couple of attempts here today. Alex, how do you recap your bump day experience here for the Open Wheels 500?
It was really enjoyable, especially after watching all of whole day yesterday at work. It was very much ready to get to today, and I think I did all right.
I think so as well. I think the thing that surprised me a little bit is that you went out at all for the second run, because you were really just trying to get in front of Mitch Welker in the starting grid for next weekend's race.
Every spot matters. It's one of the best fields I've seen, aside from maybe the official race, which was ridiculously hard, but every spot is a little bit less dirty air, and I just thought that I could improve my time and maybe get just the one spot.
What did you learn in May that you're now going to carry forward into next Saturday's race? Because I'm sure there's quite a lot of lessons that you must have picked up.
Don't underestimate dirty air. That was my biggest learning. Is I made the race, I started in the back, I'm like, okay, I got it all right set up, and then dirty air just really was an impact, and I couldn't move forward like I wanted to.
So you got 3 of the satellite racing cars in the field, but you're all kind of spread around a little bit. Adam's going to be inside of the top 20 in terms of the starting grid. David will be 25th or so, and then you'll be towards those final 2 rows. How are you guys going to be able to coordinate and work together to get at least one of you up towards the front?
I think strategy is going to be a big impact. Maybe deciding to do something out of the box, or just hope for a really lucky caution. But I think with all of us starting in different parts of the field, it'll really make our setup stronger since we know we're not guaranteed to start in the front or be in the front. So we'll have to have a car that can pass and be maneuverable and still be quick up front.
We'll see exactly how it will go. Alexander Russell qualifies himself in 24th combined, but we'll get the final grid classification at the very end of the day. Let's bring in Brandon Traynor once more, who, while not locked in today, was still watching on quite comfortably, I would have to assume. Brandon, quiet Sunday for you?
It was. I just got done eating some pizza, so it's been a good day.
I'm jealous. Pizza sounds good. I mean, regardless, we expected i5G to be watching with their feet up and maybe not even focused on this one at all. Were you paying attention to what your teammate Christopher Demerit was doing? Because, yeah, I think I was quite confused initially.
I was not, other than I was confused at the start as to why he's running laps. But he assured me he had a plan, but that plan doesn't seem to have worked. So we'll have to have a chat.
So what you're saying is he wasn't able to magically find 0.05 of a second in those tests earlier today?
That or he hasn't told me about it, which is also a possibility.
That's also a possibility. I have no doubt about that one too. We talked a little bit about weather conditions and whatnot for yesterday, but I want to ask kind of what you carry forward from May into this one. Not in terms, of course, of the incident, just in terms of the lessons of the car, because while the track has changed, the one thing that I think hasn't changed too much since May is at least the car is relatively stable, right?
Yeah, the car is relatively stable, but the track surface being the new scan and everything seems to have really affected how the car handles in dirty air. It'll be really, really interesting to see how people drive buried, behind 4 or 5 cars, because in our testing, the difference in the aero wash between one car compared to just 2 is insanely, what's the word I'm looking for? Aggressive more. It's just so much more harder to follow somebody with just 2 cars compared to 1. So whether I don't know if it's the scan, if it's the weather, all of the above, but it's been quite interesting and quite a challenge to get the car balanced where we want, because there are people who have made really low downforce setups work, but I don't think that's going to be the case this time around. I think it's really, really going to have to be focused on how your car handles in traffic.
Interesting. I like the sound of this. Now, for some of the viewers that are maybe less familiar with Indianapolis, how does it work for you as a team, having drivers, 2nd, 3rd, 7th, 10th, and then down in 19th as well? How are you guys going to be able to work together and communicate what's going on around the racetrack? Because, of course, it's not just that, but you guys will have people behind the scenes, I'm sure, on the box calling strategy.
Yeah, so each person pretty much runs their own race. Our Discord is actually quite quiet during the races. There's not a lot of chaos. It's very quiet and focused, and the discussions of strategy and how the car is really only comes like before pit stop or under yellow. So I believe we'll have AJ Burton on the box again this week, and he was probably the only reason, other than Alexis and everybody else feels serving so well, but he was the one that picked up on the strategy in May right away that allowed us to save all that fuel and ultimately get another 500. So yeah, hopefully he's on the box, but usually if somebody wrecks out or just has an issue and is retired from the race, they'll run fuel numbers and kind of feed us information of what other people are doing strategy wise and positioning on track. So
well, thanks for joining us, Brandon. Good to chat with you over the last couple of days, and best of luck for the week coming up and as we build to open wheels on Saturday.
Thanks, Arjun. I appreciate it.
Brandon Traynor from the Apex Racing team and Team i5G. Now we are joined by Team Watson Racing's Nagisa Yoshikawa. And Nagisa, talk us through your Sunday and your bump day experience.
Oh yeah, can you hear me okay?
We got you loud and clear.
Awesome. Yeah, no, it's just woke up this morning and checked my phone and I saw that I was on the bubble, and that wasn't ideal. So yeah, I watched Josh do his run, and then I realized I had to go again, so I went in a private session, just did a couple runs for practice, hopped in the main one, and got it done. It was pretty nerve-wracking, but I'm I'm glad I made it.
Did you guys find anything in terms of time for the setup over the last day, or was it more just being able to execute on track under the pressure?
No, I was just really getting consistency down, and to be honest, I didn't read the rules really very well, so I didn't realize we had to do a warm-up lap. So when I'd been testing, I'd just been going out and doing the go around 3 and 4 and then doing my run. So on yesterday, my warm-up lap was way too fast. Then my 4th lap dropped off quite a bit. I just wasn't driving as well as I could have been, but I knew there was time in the setup.
Gotcha.
And I saw Kevin Burrell. He's on our team, and he did wonders with the setup. And I saw him go pretty quick, so I knew I could definitely improve. And it was just about getting the nerves in check and delivering on the track.
Nice. Now moving forward, though, I mean, you are 28th, but you'll line up towards, I think, on the outside of the penultimate row. How do you anticipate taking this 3-wide start and trying to just find your way through the traffic?
Yeah, to be honest, I'm just really hoping to keep it clean during the race, pick off some spots, and then see where we end up. But, I don't think we really have the pace, at least personally, to, get really far up through the field. But I'm going to try and keep it clean. And we've been talking, and everyone's been talking about this the whole week, but it's going to be tough to run in the dirty air, especially as far back as we're going to start. So it's really just going to be about trying to be consistent, no damage, keep everything clean, and try and bring it home.
You mentioned Kevin Burrell, but you have a handful of other teammates, Josh Tucker as well. How are you guys going to work together, and what's the process been like building up to this event for you as a team? And I'm sure it must be a lot of happiness around the success of getting 3 cars into the field.
Yeah, I mean, I can't thank the team enough. I think everyone did a really good job this week. The setup's been really good. I felt like we had pretty good consistency over the whole run compared to a lot of people's, and it was really great. I've been communicating with them a pretty good amount this week, just on strategy, especially on like the outlap and stuff like that. So yeah, I think we're in pretty good shape, and I'd just like to say a big thanks to everyone at TWR and shout out to them.
Well, thanks for joining us, Nagisa, and best of luck for the week ahead and the build-up to Saturday.
Yeah, thanks for putting on such an awesome event. Great.
Good to chat with a handful of the drivers. Still time to chat with a couple more before we wrap things up. 18 minutes left until the gun will go off. And we have officially locked 33 in. So watching Michael Chin as maybe the only driver that we expect to try and throw in some sort of excitement. I guess at the very least he's enjoyed his time on track in practice. Working as a team is going to be so important, I think, on Saturday. We talk about the difficulty of passing, but in the same ways, when it's difficult to pass, you need to make the right calls on strategy, and so understanding how much people are fighting in various pockets in the field will be important. Communicating that quickly and effectively important, and maybe the most important is especially pertinent after some of the comments made today in the motorsports world, being able to put your own personal success aside for the success of someone else on your team. It's why i5G had Alexis Newsom basically walking to the win in May until the safety cars changed the game. The willingness to sacrifice your race to ensure that your teammate comes out on top is ultimately what is going to maybe play the difference in tomorrow's race, in Saturday's race rather. I say tomorrow because the action doesn't stop on RaceSpot. On a championship finale tomorrow in the Lionheart Speedway Series as the DW12 heads to the Auto Club Speedway. Michael Chin bounces off the wall momentarily. Gets close once again. So once the gun goes, the way this will work is the track is officially done for qualifying. And at that point forward, we will be able to confirm to you the 33 and the order in which they will be in when we get underway next Saturday. Michael Chin bounces off the wall hard and then ping-pongs into the inside through turns 1 and 2. Might we get a qualifier? I see some activity as drivers and their teams think about joining the queue. So chatted with a couple of the drivers. Thank you to those that took the time out to come and speak with us. Word from now is that the track will be further closed for practice. It is only just going to be about those that want to try a qualifying run. There's a look at the pit lane. Not much activity for sure right now. So Marshall Stanley could be one to go, Michael Peters as well, and then maybe Michael Chin. So maybe still time for 3 runs. For an industry and a sport filled with so much hustle and bustle, it's a dichotomy, the quietness that we deal with right now. Matt Holliber pointing out that a special thanks must go to Tanner Watkins for starting this back in 2019, and he is right. Tanner celebrating his nuptials this month of November. November is going to be special for Tanner for many, many reasons, that is for sure. We wish him and his partner the best in their future life together, and hopefully we'll hear more from Tanner moving forward in 2023. Again, remember, a driver can start their run at any point before that timer hits 0 in the top left of your screen. Once we hit 0, that is it. Session is done. We will officially have the 33 locked in, and we will not dawdle around. We will quickly run you down through the starting grid and then head off the air. Just a reminder as well of the schedule of what we've got in front of us. There's not much left in terms of action on RaceSpotTV. It's just the 500 itself. Saturday 19th, 11:30 a.m. We will see the start of the pre-race coverage. 11:45 a.m. is the estimated green flag. Practice on Wednesday for the drivers that have qualified in the field or are one of our 3 alternates, but outside of that, the rest of the field will be watching on for the rest of the month of November. We are going to get some attempts. Adam Blocker is asking why there are no attempts. Well, because, yeah, drivers have run out of attempts. It's as simple as that. Evan Adams, Craig Forsyth, Cameron Bastian, Cesar Cabral, all, as well as Christian Steele, have all burned through the 3 attempts. Again, Michael Chin, one of the few that we expect to get onto track. Marshall Stanley intimating he may do so as well. But outside of that, Michael Peters the only other one to maybe expect to run for. So here we go. We will get some runs to close out qualifications weekend. Michael Chin will finally put something down on the board. David Grable on the bubble. Matt Holliber in danger as well if we get a few strong contenders to show up. Does Michael Peters have lap 4 speed? We'll find out, potentially. Marshall Stanley thinking about it as well. You may begin your qualifying run, Michael. And so that 60-second countdown will begin. As Michael Chin will get underway for his first attempt in this open wheels qualification session. And it comes in the final 10 minutes of it. After this, maybe one, at most two, if that. What has Michael Chin been saving until these final minutes? Track that out lap timer as Michael Chin gets ready to hit the line at 200 miles an hour. Car pulls left on him, and he pulls it back right. Warm-up lap commences. So Chin's fastest one lap in this session was a 39.491. He's got some speed. Question is, we haven't actually seen the 4 laps out of it. How will the tires hold on? How will he put them together? To the line to begin his first run of the weekend, and potentially his only run. A flying opening lap, a 41.828. At 215 miles an hour. Lots of steering lock in through turn 1. Tidy, but not as low down through the corners as maybe you'd want him to be. It'll all come down to the lap time. It's as simple as that. The clock will tell no lies, and it will flatter no one. Starts off with 5s on the board. 39.555. Remember, the number to hit is a 651. We have a number of ties. Michael Chin does not want to be one of them and to be on the losing end of the average lap time. Matt Holliber is getting ready just in case things play out. Michael Chin finishes lap 2, and there is a bit of fall off, but there's not much of it. It's a 618. Grable out of runs, watching on nervously. Marshall Stanley inserts himself into the queue as well. Stanley may be the last. There may be time for one after. Just over 2.5 miles left for Michael Chin in this qualification attempt. What will he need after lap 3? It's still in the 6s, albeit marginally, a 698. Car pitching back and forth on him. Lap 4, and that car does not look happy. Again going back and forth on the exit of the corner. And Michael Chin will head to the line and finish up in qualifying with an 8.77, not an 8.70. 687 overall. It will place him 36th in the field. So Marshall Stanley will get his second crack at qualifying. As we wait for him. It is running close on the time for Matt Holliber to be able to go, by the way, but he's not going unless he has to, is the reality. I think this will be the final run as well. With the delay for Marshall Stanley, it might actually help out Matt Holliber. You may begin your qualifying run. So this will be it, unless he crashes, in which case you would assume Michael Peters will be the one to go. Matt Holliber's not going to risk it unless he has to. Remember, if Marshall Stanley does have an issue in his attempt, even if Peters were to make the field, by skipping his run, Holliber still locks himself in. Will we get a change at the very dying depths of the day? Marshall Stanley begins to wind himself up. His previous attempt scored as 41st in qualifying. Coming off the Classic IndyCar Series 500. What will he do with the pressure on his shoulders? Here we go. Is this the final 4 laps of qualifying? Marshall Stanley underway. So lap 1 is a 39.638. He's unfortunately started this off with a not great lap 1, if we're being honest. Already putting himself at a disadvantage. Minute 25 left. There might still just be enough time. 6.56 on lap 2, so it's very consistent. That's a good thing. But he's half a hundredth already away from being on the wrong side of the bubble. Four more corners, and not enough time for another run to commence after this. This is the final run in qualifying. Marshall Stanley with an 8:28 on the penultimate lap is on the wrong side of the bubble. So Marshall Stanley will round out qualifying for the 2022 Open Wheels 500-mile race by running the Vortex Sim Racing number 25 to the line. And with a 39.908, punches in a time of 39.758, gets himself up the leaderboard, albeit still out of the show. And what a qualifications session it was. What a weekend it's been. Doesn't look like we'll chat with any of the drivers, so we'll give you a quick rundown through the running order before we say goodbye. Before we do that, another look at our schedule of events. No more on-track coverage until we go racing for the Open Wheels 500-mile race. Join us at 11:30 a.m. Eastern for that. Green flag will drop at around 11:45 a.m. Eastern. It's going to be a lot of fun. That is for sure. Do remember as well that plenty of IndyCar racing on RaceSpotTV coming up this week, including the likes of the Lionheart Speedway Series on Monday and then the Lionheart IndyCar Series on Wednesday as well. Both seasons coming to a close. Well, qualifying is in the books, and here's a look at your top 33 in the order that they will line up in. Those on Saturday that put their times in will start in front of those on Sunday. Phil Kraus, Brandon Traino, and Christopher Demerit, 1, 2, and 3, with Phil Kraus, your 2022 Open Wheels 500 pole position winner, will lead us to the start of the race. Robert Malechka, Jesper Ormond, and Hugo Olsen will line up on row 2, 2 Swede and 1 American pole, with Robert Malechka and Hugo Olsen sandwiching Ormond in the Powerslide Motorsports machines. Adam Blocker, Alexis Newsom, and Rashad Craig see their cars behind. Jacob Oster, Adam Blocker, and Alexis Newsom, with then Rashad Craig, Henry Bennett, and Andrew Kinsella sharing row number 4. Alexander Van der Sant, Seb Alexander, and then Joshua Chin will line up alongside one another. Marco Brazil inside of former teammate AJ Musselman, the hyperstar Brendan Lichtenberg on the very outside of that row. Brian Carey, Adam Crane, and Shane Coogan, 19th, 20th, and 21st, with Kevin Burrell, Hamilton Akabuize, and then David Porcelli behind them. Then a handful more cars that qualified yesterday on pole day. It's going to be Andrew Marquez and Matt Holliber, along with Jason Brophy, who needed just one run, even coming down with COVID earlier this morning to lock himself into the field. He'll line up 27th, back in the pack and with some work to do. Alexander Russell, as well as Mitch Welker and Nagisa Yoshikawa, will be on the penultimate row of the grid, with Josh Tucker, Dylan Freckleton, and David Graybill having to endure a nerve-wracking bump day in order to get to where they are. Well, all good things must come to an end, and unfortunately that includes qualifications weekend. The grid is set for next weekend's Open Wheels 500-mile race. Join us, the entire team at RaceSpotTV, for that at 11:30 a.m. Eastern. For now, though, it is time to bid farewell to the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. We'll be back in a week's time. But what fun it's been to hit the track for 2 full days of qualifying, live and uninterrupted on RaceSpotTV. My name is Arjuna Kankipati, signing off from the racing capital of the world. We'll see you for the 500 in just over a week's time.